Everyone, we are ready. May we all stand up as we sing the national anthem. Nkosi sikeleli, maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo, yizwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo, murena buluka sitjhaba sa Yesu, ufedise dintwa le matshwenyego, o sibuluke, sitjhaba sa Yesu, sitjhaba sa South Africa, South Africa. 80 blow van ons hemel en die diepte van ons Heer. Oor ons jewe gegebeurtes van die oudste antwoord gee. Sounds and call to come together, and united we shall stand. Let us live and strive for freedom in South Africa, our land. Thank you so much. Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Ms. Samantha Graham-Maré. Director General of International Atomic Energy Agency, Ambassador Rafael Mariano Grossi. Representatives in the Board of Governance of the IAEA, Ambassador Rapu Mulikane. Members of Parliament, Portfolio Committee on Energy and Electricity. Chairpersons of state-owned entities, CEOs of state-owned entities, executives of state-owned entities, captains of the industry, organized labor, government departments and officials, members of the media, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you here at the Nuclear Energy Summit, the Ministry of Electricity and Energy, Lekgotla on Nuclear. My name is Princess Mtombeni. I am an employee of NECSA, which is the South African Nuclear Energy Cooperation, but I'm also a founder of Africa for Nuclear, a non-profit organization which advocates for nuclear as a contributor to achieving Africa's agenda for sustainable development. My job here today is to guide us through today's proceedings. And before I do that, I'd like to find out if the security representative of the venue is here. Okay. May you please come and do the safety briefing for us as well as the housekeeping.
Morning, everyone. Just a short briefing on the security and safety protocols for today. We've got 4 fire extinguishers within the main marquee. We've also got 4 fire blankets. We've got emergency evacuation points and personnel that will assist everyone when needed and in the event of emergency, to the emergency assembly points. There is 3 assembly points around the premises. One just outside the main marquee to the south exit point. Then behind the building here, at the smaller marquee, there's another one. And in the area of the VIP parking at the eastern section of the premises, there's another safety assembly point. Panics are on site. Landelia has got one, so any problems and you need to get assistance, be on the lookout for her, or just report to any security officer that's on site, and they will also assist and get you help as fast as possible. Just for the location of the bathrooms and toilets, we've got the visitor bathrooms at the area behind the marquee for men and women. Then we've got VIP bathrooms in Boilinga building number 5, 6, and 7, the suites number 5, 6, and 7. 5 is for the VIP lady visitors. 6 is for the men, and then there's also a second VIP bathroom available on Unit 7 on the first floor. There is a first aid room in room number 3, also here in Boilinga, to the right of the main marquee. And for any assistance with injuries, any aches, pains, you can just go talk there to the medics and they will assist you. So if you need any assistance, feel free to contact or approach any of the security staff on site, and we will assist you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to add, we have ushers around here, so I believe that they are easily identifiable. They will help you to find any venue that you want or any information that you are looking for. Now, I'd like to begin by talking about, by mentioning a profound talk by the renowned Nigerian author, Ms. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, The Danger of a Single Story. Chimamanda says, a single story becomes that which we judge all other people from. It's a one-dimensional perspective of something that is actually quite complex, and it is always a misinterpretation of reality. Now, this serves as a reminder of the importance of embracing diverse perspectives and narratives, especially in complex topics such as nuclear energy. So today, as we gather here with a common purpose to explore the immense potential opportunities that nuclear holds for the African continent, let's remember that. Throughout the day, let us keep the quote in mind that we, as we explore the multifaceted landscape of nuclear energy in South Africa. And before we proceed, I'd like to express my gratitude to our speakers and panelists whose insights and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our minds today. Esteemed participants, it is with great honor that I invite the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, Ms. Samantha Graham-Maré, to grace the stage and do the official welcome, setting the tone for our deliberations. May we acknowledge her as she walks to the stage.
They don't design these very well. You can't see past the microphones. So, excuse me. Thank you, Princess. Thank you for the introduction, and good morning, everybody. I'd like to firstly acknowledge the Minister of Energy and Electricity, Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa, who's put this all together, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Ambassador Rafael Grossi, representatives in the Board of Governance of the IAEA, Ambassador Rapu Malukani, members of the Parliament Portfolio Committee on Energy and Electricity. It's especially great to have you here with us. Chairpersons of state-owned entities, the CEOs of state-owned entities, executives of state-owned entities, captains of industry, organized labor, government departments and officials, and of course our colleagues, friends and guests. Good morning. It is a great honor to have this opportunity to welcome you all to our Nuclear Energy Summit. It's an even greater honor to do so as part of the South African Government of National Unity in the newly created Ministry of Energy and Electricity, headed up by Dr. Ramokgopa. The scope of this ministry has been substantially expanded and now incorporates not only traditional energy fields such as electricity and nuclear, but also the just energy transition and Eskom. This means that our energy sector is now housed under one overarching ministry, ensuring that we are now imbued with the power to coordinate the sector holistically and with a singular focus. As many of you know, nuclear still carries somewhat of a stigma. Much of this is due to ignorance, perpetuated by government programs shrouded in secrecy, manned by scientists in hazmat suits, and the fear generated through the Cold War era of the total destruction of the planet as a result of an all-out nuclear war. It is up to all of us to change these perceptions. This summit is the first leg of that process, and given South Africa's expertise and commitment to nuclear energy over the years, this summit is a key engagement with the nuclear industry in South Africa that we hope will become a more regular feature of our annual agenda. No discussion of nuclear energy would be complete without recognizing the team at Eskom that was responsible for the 20-year extension on Unit 1 at Koeberg. It was a mammoth task with an excellent outcome that we hope will be repeated next year for Unit 2. These life extensions are also a testament to the vision and foresight of Minister Ramokgopa in his mission to decisively tackle load shedding, and which has culminated in yet another victory for bringing stability to the power grid and providing hope for our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, over 160 days without load shedding is something to be applauded. But the work doesn't stop there, and while we continue to refine the IRP 2023, we have to keep up the momentum of fulfilling the objectives of the Integrated Resource Plan of 2019, which sets out a requirement of 2,500 megawatts of nuclear power to ensure the stability of South Africa's power grid, in turn driving the reindustrialization of our economy and the promise of economic growth that leads to job creation. Despite the urgency of this, our ministry is not going to compromise on public participation, adherence to statutory and regulatory requirements, and openness and transparency in decision-making, procurement, and the implementation of our new nuclear build. This informed the decision of the Minister to restart the nuclear new build program with strict adherence to process and participation and in collaboration with industry stakeholders and experts. So while the purpose of this summit is to get all the industry parties in the nuclear industry together and discuss nuclear energy as part of our energy mix, it is also part of the Minister's orientation and induction program and consultation with stakeholders about the role of nuclear in the just energy transition. There is global acceptance of nuclear energy as an integral part of the solution to mitigate the impact of climate change. We therefore need to work together to ensure that nuclear energy becomes an important part of the just energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that nuclear is a critical component of South Africa's energy mix, offering a low-carbon, reliable source of energy that can contribute significantly to the country's energy security and climate goals. I'm extremely excited to hear the inputs from our speakers and panelists, from whose insights and knowledge we hope to formulate the solutions to taking South Africa's nuclear program forward. To paraphrase environmentalist Stuart Brand, we have much less to fear in reality from the current nuclear power industry than we think, and much more to gain from new and planned reactor designs than we realize. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, our theme today is decoding nuclear, understanding the science, the safety, and sustainability of nuclear energy. That is our purpose, that is our theme, and I have the great privilege of handing this theme to all of you as we embark on a new era in the South African nuclear story. I thank you.
Thank you, TM. You know, when I do my videos, I always encourage South Africans to take charge and own these power plants that we have, that the Marokane. And I own Kuberg, by the way. So I've allocated Kuberg to myself. So whatever is happening there, you know, I know more about what's happening in Kuberg than what's happening in my kitchen. So take that in mind. And having said that, can you please play a video of Kuberg nuclear power plant? And having said that, can you please play a video of Kuberg nuclear power plant?
Power stations produce electricity, which we use at home and to drive our economy. Today we're going into the Kuberg nuclear power station near Cape Town for a look at the way that they produce electricity from nuclear power. A power station produces steam, which drives a turbine, and the turbine rotates the shaft of a generator, which generates electricity. There are various types of power stations around the world, using coal, oil, natural gas and nuclear power. All of these heat up water to create steam that will power the generators. At the Kuberg nuclear power station, there are two huge reactor buildings, each containing a nuclear reactor. Within the reactor core, fuel rod assemblies house uranium that is responsible for the generation of heat. Each fuel rod is filled with uranium-235 pellets. A number of these rods are placed into a fuel assembly. About 157 of these fuel assemblies are then placed inside the reactor vessel and make up the core of the reactor. The reactor vessel is then filled with demineralized water. The energy required to make the steam is produced by splitting the nuclei of uranium-235 atoms. If you fire a neutron at the nucleus of a uranium atom, you'll cause the nucleus to split, giving off heat, energy and more neutrons, which in turn can be absorbed by new nuclei. This is called a chain reaction, and the process is known as nuclear fission. The fission process, and therefore the amount of heat generated inside the reactor, is controlled by lowering or raising control rods in the reactor. These control rods absorb the neutrons that are produced during fission. If you want to slow down the process, you insert a lot of control rods, and the chain reaction slows down or stops. The energy released by the fission process heats the water in the reactor to about 320 degrees Celsius at a very high pressure of 15.5 megapascal. This high pressure prevents the water from boiling and turning into steam inside the reactor vessel. The pressurized hot water flows through a network of pipes and heats demineralized water in a second chamber called a steam generator. There the steam is generated to drive the turbines. This two-chamber design minimizes the risk of radioactive steam reaching the turbines and being discharged into the environment. The steam is ducted through enormous pipes and goes through various processes on the way to the turbines. As it passes over the blades within the turbine, the shaft of the turbine begins to rotate. The shaft is attached to an electricity generator, and 24,000 volts of alternating current is generated. Once the steam has passed through the last set of turbines, it flows over a set of cooling pipes filled with water from the sea. Steam is thereby condensed into water, and the water is pumped back to the steam generators for the process to start again. The water that is used to cool the steam at Kuberg is pumped from an intake basin on the Atlantic Ocean. Each pump is able to pump 20 tons of seawater every second into the power station. Rake screens, as well as large rotating drum screens, remove any debris and kelp that can clog the pipes. Station transformers, responsible for stepping up the potential, then increase the electrical output to 400,000 volts before the electricity enters the national grid. So to summarize, water is heated to 320 degrees Celsius in the nuclear reactor. This water heats water in a secondary chamber to boiling point. The steam from the boiling water is used to turn a turbine. The turbine drives a generator which generates 24,000 volts of electricity. Finally, station transformers step up the voltage to 400,000 volts, and this electricity is used in the South African electricity grid. There are 435 nuclear power reactors in operation in 31 countries around the world. Construction of the Koeberg power station started in 1976, and the electricity output from the power station was synchronized to the national grid in 1984. It is currently the only commercial nuclear power station in South Africa and the sole commercial one on the entire African continent. Power stations produce electricity which we use at home and to drive our economy. Today we're going into the Koeberg nuclear power station near Cape Town for a look at the way that they produce electricity from nuclear power. A power station produces steam which drives a turbine, and the turbine rotates the shaft of a generator which generates electricity. There are various types of power stations around the world using coal, oil, natural gas and nuclear power. All of these heat up water to create steam that will power the generators. At the Koeberg nuclear power station there are two huge reactor buildings, each containing a nuclear reactor. Within the reactor core, fuel rod is
Another round of applause for the men and women at Koeberg who are doing this incredible work. Ladies and gentlemen, in a continent where around over 600 million people, or approximately 53% of the population, live without access to electricity, the topic of status and value of nuclear energy for Africa is more important. Africa is home to 17% of the world's population, but accounts for just 4% of the global power, the lowest in the world. Around 9 million people in Africa lack access to clean cooking. United Nations predicts that Africa's population would have doubled by 2050, amounting to approximately 2.5 billion, with electricity demand expected to triple by 2040. Without further ado, I'd like to call back on stage our DM to come and do the honors of introducing the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Ambassador Rafael Mariano Grossi, who will enlighten us on the status and value of nuclear energy for Africa.
Thank you, everybody. It is a great privilege and honor to get to introduce the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mr. Rafael Grossi. He's had a long history with the IAEA, having started there as a Deputy Director General from 2010 to 2013. He then left for a very short period where he served as the Argentine ambassador to Vienna, where he was also the representative of Argentina to the IAEA. And he then subsequently was appointed as the Director General on the 3rd of December 2019, where he has served his 4-year term. He has been reappointed to serve another 4-year term, commencing on the 3rd of December 2023. He has a number of awards and honors, and I'm going to just share some of those with you. He's an international gender champion, promoting gender in the nuclear industry. I think something that we can all get behind and support. He's also holds a PhD in international relations, international history and politics from the University of Geneva, the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, from which he's also received a master's degree. He began his academic journey at the Political Catholic University of Argentina and at the Diplomatic Academy of Argentina. Mr. Grossi has received numerous national awards, including Brazil's Order of Naval Merit, the National Medal on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the independence of Kazakhstan, the Grand Decoration of Honor in Gold with sash for service to the Republic of Austria, and the Order of Merit of the Italian Republic and the Grand Cruz de la Orden de San Carlos of Colombia. I didn't practice that enough. His honorary degrees and academic distinctions include the Political Catholic University of Argentina's International Chair for Sustainable Development, Common Good and Peace, an honorary doctorate in law from the University of Buenos Aires, an honorary degree in nuclear engineering from Polytechnic University of Milan, and an honorary doctorate in global studies from Busan University of Foreign Studies. I have no doubt that you all agree with me that this man is well equipped to lead us globally in the nuclear space. So it is my great honor and great privilege to introduce you to Mr. Rafael Grossi. Thank you.
Ambassador Grossi?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning, dear friends. It is a great pleasure, indeed an honor for me to be part of this very important nuclear energy conference in South Africa, organized by the Ministry of Electricity and Energy, which is, of course, an event that appears to me as of eminent logic given the juncture at which we are all internationally and also, of course, in South Africa and in Africa. And I see that the main theme around which we are gathered today has to do precisely with the status and the value of nuclear energy for Africa. I think that to understand this and to situate ourselves correctly in this moment, we need to take a wider look at what is happening in general in the world, also in Africa, and in order to try to determine the feasibility, the possibility, and the contribution that nuclear energy can make at this moment in African and South African in particular development, given the current circumstances. We all know that energy security, energy needs are at the basis of everything, of every problem, societal problem that we are facing. It is obvious that without an adequate answer to the energy problems that we are facing in the continent and in the world, any serious prospect for economic development would, of course, be rather limited. We see also that there is a need to contrast these evident economic needs with the equally important situation we have in terms of other challenges that we are facing globally, also in Africa, in terms of climate change, for example, and how we move forward economically in a way that does not cause any harm environmentally or otherwise. This is why we with sources of energy like renewables, wind, solar, and others, which are intrinsically intermittent and may require what we call base load, a good proportion of base load energy, which may bring to the grids the necessary stability in order to avoid disruptions, in order to ensure this continuity, which is at the end of the day indispensable. So we have seen that this trend has manifested itself at the, I would say, global debates. For example, in the climate change discussions that we have periodically, yearly, this famous conference of the parties, the COPs, it's called the COPs, last of which took place in Dubai last year, and the next one is going to be taking place in Azerbaijan, in Baku, in a couple of months from now. Nuclear energy has moved from a notable absent to one being recognized as an energy that needs to be accelerated. And this is very important because this is not the voice of a few countries or a sector of a region. This reflects the global consensus that nuclear energy, together with other carbon-free sources of energy, should be accelerated, which is a quite dramatic change from the times where nuclear energy was not even being mentioned. And the reason for this is not the fact that there has been some revolutionary change, intellectual change in people, is that there is a realization. I always like to talk about a return to realism. Some people say there's a nuclear renaissance. No, I don't think so. I think there is a return to realism. There is a return to a realization that we do have in many countries, we do have this instrument already there, which is so important, globally speaking. But still, we need to recognize that nuclear energy is but a relatively small portion of the global supply. It's around 10, 12% of the electricity being produced. But a number of countries, in particular in Dubai, last year, agreed that their effort in terms of nuclear energy should be at least triple, which is, you will admit, a rather ambitious goal that these countries have set to themselves. We don't know whether this could be realized or not. It is possible, but more importantly, apart from if it's going to be double or triple or whatever it will be, this indicates a political direction. This indicates that there is a conviction there that, to put it very simple, without nuclear, we are not going to make it for we are not going to achieve a decarbonized, stable energy mix in the future. But of course, we are in South Africa today, and we need to think about the needs of developing countries and how we can make this nuclear energy also available for middle income and low income countries. This is not a technology which should be restricted to a certain group of countries, to a minority of countries. And in this, I think, again, the example of South Africa is excellent. South Africa, at the moment at least, is the only country in the continent that has operating nuclear power plants. Two of them in Kuburg. My South African friends there from the sector will recognize this. And we are aware and we recognize and support the current process in South Africa to try to move into an enlargement of the proportion of nuclear energy into the national grid. Of course, this is a discussion for South Africans to have, how to do it, when to do it, in what way to do it. But I want to say that we are very happy to see that apart from South Africa, which can be considered, and it is a mature nuclear operator, we are also from the IAEA working with a number of countries that also want to approach nuclear energy and to start working in nuclear energy. I would like to mention in the first place Egypt, in the other extreme of the continent, in the north of Africa, where already the country has embarked in a very important process. They are building 4 nuclear power plants. So in a few years, we are going to have 2 major nations in the continent, in the 2 extremes, the Republic of South Africa and Egypt, that are going to be benefiting from a good proportion of nuclear energy in the national grid. But they are not the only ones, I want to say. And we are working with other countries. I want to mention a few that are in different stages of their path towards nuclear. Algeria, Nigeria, Sudan, Ethiopia, Tunisia, Ghana, Uganda, Morocco, Kenya, Niger, Zambia. All of these countries, and I might need longer than it could be possible in the context of our conference today to get into the details of what each and every of these African nations are doing, but all of them have started processes, in some cases much closer to a decision being taken, but in any case actively working with the IAEA in order to take informed decisions, number one, to reinforce their national workforce and the capacity building which is needed for or to have a successful national nuclear program. And this I say with great hope, because I am a firm believer of the benefits that nuclear energy can bring to middle and even small-sized economies in the continent. And in this regard, I want to mention the very interesting possibility derived from new developments in nuclear energy, like small and modular reactors. As you know, the typical nuclear power plants are quite important in size, also in capital investment, which make them sometimes prospects that can be considered as rather challenging for medium-sized and small economies. What is very interesting is that the industry is moving into what is called small and modular type of reactors. These are reactors that are, of course, cheaper and smaller, as the name says, modular in the sense that can be assembled in modules of lesser capacity or power according to the needs of the national grid, which they are supposed to be serving. And several of the countries that I was mentioning are in Africa are in particular interested in this, as we call it in the jargon, SMR, small modular reactor alternative, which is appearing now in many countries. So As you can see, dear friends, nuclear energy, which is active, present, and growing in the world, can and should also play an important part in the African scene. I should also mention the fact that nuclear energy as an economic activity, as a scientific, technological activity, is particularly apt for countries in their technological and scientific development. And I say this also from the perspective of someone from Argentina, also from a developing country, where nuclear energy has been instrumental in the growth and the development of the technological or of several technological sectors of the country writ large. And this is the case. This has been the case of South Africa. This has been the case of Brazil. This has also been the case in India and in other countries of the so-called global South, where nuclear energy has played a very important role, even beyond the specifically energy sector. So this is what my message for you is. We are at a very interesting, we are at a very promising juncture in terms of energy worldwide and in Africa. I think South Africa, as the leading country in the continent in terms of operation of nuclear energy, is an example and can also play a very important role in helping others also benefit from nuclear energy. The IAEA will, of course, continue to work with South Africa, with the countries in the continent, providing the services, providing the support, providing the technical advice and capacity building service and help, which is indispensable, so that we can all benefit from this force for good, which is nuclear. With that, let me wish you an excellent nuclear energy conference. I think this initiative of the Ministry of Energy of South Africa is an excellent one. I only wish I could have been there. As you know, at the moment today, and I am here with my good friend, the ambassador of South Africa, Ambassador Molikane, who has agreed to join me here for this occasion. We both have to attend the meeting of the Board of Governors of the IAEA, which is the executive body of this agency. Otherwise, I would have loved, and I hope in the not too distant future, I will have an opportunity to come to South Africa to meet with my many friends there and to continue this journey, which is a journey for development, which is a journey for a complete emancipation and development of the great nations in Africa. I thank you very much for this great opportunity for addressing you, and I will, of course, be looking forward for the conclusions of your very important meeting. I thank you very much, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Grossi, for gracing us with your presence today. We feel it, even though you are online. Thank you. Ambassador just taught me a new term. I'm one of the people who always say we have a global nuclear renaissance. But today I learned that it's not that. Actually, it's return to realization. So I'm going to use that from now on. Last month, the nuclear industry experienced another setback, where the gazette for Section 34 determination was withdrawn by our minister. But the minister took us into confidence and said that the process will be restarted soon and it will be done properly this time. So, Minister, as the self-appointed spokesperson of the nuclear industry, I say in you we trust. I look forward to your address today. Once again, I'm going to call back on stage. Oh, okay. All right, Minister, please give him a round of applause as he walks.
Thank you very much, Princess. Good morning to Deputy Minister, Ms. Samantha Graham-Maré, the Director General of the IAEA, Ambassador Rafael Mariano Grossi, just to thank him immensely for having made time out of his busy schedule. As he has indicated, they are preparing for the meeting of the Board of Directors, and we will be joining them next week in Vienna. And also our esteemed Ambassador, Excellency Rabu Molekani, members of the Portfolio Committee, members of Parliament here present. I'm very happy that the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Energy and Electricity, Ms. Mvana, also took time to join us here today. I think what that does is just to accentuate the importance of the conversation we're having today and how we want to position nuclear going into the future as part of the South African energy mix, and I'll say a few things about that. The chairpersons and CEOs of the SOEs, especially those in the stable of energy and electricity, the captains of industry, organized labor, academicians, academics, intellectuals, members of the media, good morning to everyone. I thought that it would be particularly helpful for me just to journey you how we have arrived here. So I have lamented the fact that there is no honest attempt for us to engage and confront the political economy of energy and also its geopolitical manifestations. So we're not in the business of just providing megawatts. We're in the business of transforming the economy, ensuring that there's universal access, improving the dignity of our people, but also making it possible for South Africa to realize her potential going into the future. We also have an ambition of achieving conditions of energy security so that we are able to protect and advance our sovereign interest. So what I've lamented is the fact that you'd have conversations around various technologies, various fuel sources that are meant to power an economy, including the South African economy. So I've been invited on multiple occasions to go and attend conferences, for an example, the Mining Summit. So they'll tell you the contribution of coal towards energy generation. And then you have the renewable energy complex, also having conversations about the future of that technology. The fact that wind and PV is on the ascendancy, and in fact is going to be an indispensable feature of the energy mix going into the future. And of course, the contribution of hydro, we have benefited immensely as a country, Kahora Baza. It has always been part of the energy mix in the country. And then there's very little conversations about nuclear. And I was making the point, where are the nuclear people? Because we've got a sterling record, 76 years of contribution to the science and the technology, at least to the extent that nuclear is responsible for power or the uses of nuclear for purposes of electrification. And I've come to realize that a few things are present. The first one is that a typical nuclear scientist will have the features of Einstein. I'm a very big fan of Einstein. Old, gray-haired, exceptionally intelligent, lacking social skills, and all they do, they simply hide themselves, put themselves in a corner there. And they are not the people who are confrontational because they place a great reliance on science. So they'll release paper after paper. But we have entered an arena and a period in this evolving energy complex of lobbyists, of those who appropriate to themselves the know-how of a technology, and they've got the capacity and the potential to soil, undermine, and discredit a technology, not supported by science and evidence. But that typical nuclear scientist will refuse to be dragged into the mud, because those who are in the mud, they've got the capacity to survive in the mud. So it is in your interest not to be drawn into the mud. But then there's a price you are going to pay. What is that price? Is that nuclear as a form of technology, a source of energy generation in the country, is on the back foot. So essentially we are on the retreat because we are unable to enter the public domain and have these conversations. And I had said myself and Deputy Minister Samantha Graham-Maré that two things are going to undergird our leadership of the energy and electricity portfolio. And I guess it's what President Ramokgopa has openly articulated in public. So the first one is we are going to be evidence-led in terms of our policy choices. The beauty about evidence and science is that it removes emotions. So if you want to undermine, if you want to disprove and invalidate my argument, you've got an obligation to surface your scientific evidence. And those who are occupying this space in the main, they are not in that business. They are in the business of using a broad platform of public encounters, public conversation to undermine a technology. So you have, it's not uncommon in this country that you have people who have not had an encounter with a laboratory. They have not been in a science lecture hall, who have appropriated to themselves an authority to speak on behalf of nuclear as a science. And those who have done it with impeccable credentials have chosen to remain silent. And these are the people that you get to hear every day. These are not experts. These are commentators. Those are two different things. A commentator, every time there's a mic placed before him, he's got a view on anything and everything in the world. And because they are so spectacular in the manner in which they deliver, and because they get to be asked these questions so many times, most people get to be deceived and thinking that, oh, this is a scientist. This is an expert. No, that's a commentator. Like I said, has no encounter with a lab. So does not know how to zero the instruments. Yeah, there's not had that, but has got a view about how devastating is this thing called nuclear. How not to pursue this because it's against the interest of the country. So I'm saying that this is an important occasion because we are able to put in full display to the rest of the country what South Africa has contributed and what South Africa can contribute going into the future. And that's why the theme of the conference really is to say we're decoding nuclear and addressing the following: understanding the science. Because we think that we have a duty as scientists assembled here, and I'm saying that this is not the end all and be all. I think we've got a duty to sustain this momentum of this conversation outside the applications, and I'll come later on how we are going to execute. I think we have a duty to ensure that at least as many people as possible, or those who take interest, must understand what this science is. so that we are able to dispel these myths. We are able to undermine and push back against those who have no clue about this conversation we are having today. And quite frankly speaking, they have no interest of listening to us, because it's not in their interest to do that. So I think it's important that as a fraternity, a community of scientists, that you must defend the discipline. You must advance the discipline. And you must show a correlation of how the discipline can help to take people out of poverty. How the discipline and the science can help us to transform society. How the discipline can help us to grow an economy. So once we are able to show that correlation, I think we are in a very good space. And I think the peaceful uses of nuclear, both for energy, electricity, and the medicinal use, very powerful message on how people interact with this science on a daily basis unknowingly. And I think it's important that we are able to surface that science, crystallize it in very simple terms. I was saying to DG Mbambo that we must generate an idiot's guide on what is nuclear. Underline, we are going to generate an idiot's guide on what is nuclear. I think it's important we owe it to the science for us to do exactly that. Otherwise, the science as we know it and the discipline in the country is going to be decimated. Just the other day, I was meeting with patriotic South Africans who are anchoring, part of the anchors of the nuclear program in the US, led by Mr. Chris Opperman. I hope he doesn't mind that I mentioned that. Just to say that we are ready and available, want to come back home. But I also make the point that there's a critical mass of scientists who have not left are here. So it's important that those who have left and those that are present were able to articulate a coherent and compelling story of nuclear, and were able to illustrate how that nuclear can contribute to our sovereign ambitions. And that's why I say today is a great day. So that is in the domain of science. And then there's other things that are in the domain of politics and policy making. And these are the ones that are principally responsible for the retreat of nuclear, at least for purposes of electricity generation. The fact that those who are given the responsibility of the political stewardship and policy making have soiled this technology. We have soiled it because allegation of malfeasance, leakage, corruption, manipulation, waste of money, and all of that. And what these non-scientists that don't have a scientific basis to push back and invalidate the argument, they are using other arguments that are non-scientific related. And this explains the point, as Princess was alluding earlier on. Myself and Deputy Minister, we make the point that we have nothing to hide. So if there are complexities or the process of the 2,500 bill program is compromised, and on our own version, having studied the process objectively, we find that it's compromised, we have a duty to pull it back, to clean it, so that you don't conflate the science and the process. Because you know, when you misstep on the process, you are inviting legal practitioners to enter the domain of science. So we're keeping them out and clean the process. And then on the basis of the science, we'll be able to make a compelling story to the South African people. I'm making this point first to apologize to you, but secondly, for you to understand what is it that we are doing. Clean the process, make it as democratic as possible. Those who've got objections, raise those objections on the basis of the science, because the process would have allowed you an opportunity to do exactly that. As the DG of the International Atomic Agency Association makes the point, that it's a return to realism. We will converge on the science that no, this is one of the paths that must be pursued for us to be able to achieve energy security, to ensure that we are able to green the sources of energy generation. So I think it's important that you have that appreciation. And of course, we'll subject it to that process. We'll announce, I think, in the next week or so, how we're doing that exercise. But the point I want to make is that nuclear is part of the energy mix. Nuclear is part of the future. It's indispensable to the resolution of and the attainment of energy sovereignty in this country. We will answer the question. What is that question that we are answering? It is at what scale, at what pace, that will not undermine the issues of affordability and will not compromise the fiscus. And you can answer that question. And collectively we'll answer that question. So I'm saying it's important that the process is credible. That process is in our domain, has nothing to do with you. You are looking forward with enthusiasm to help us to resolve this question. And I want to give you the guarantee that we are going to do exactly that. I mean, oh yes. Like I make the point, so if you look at the energy mix, the IRP that is out for public consultation, of course, like I said publicly, that we think that there's areas of improvement, there's assumptions there that require some degree of attention, because some of the underlying assumptions have changed and changed materially. I mean, just one example is the ESCOM performance, the EAF, and all of that. I mean, it's an exceptional improvement, significantly better than what the assumption is in the IRP, and therefore it has implications on how you do modeling and what is possible by 2030. I'm just saying that we're doing that exercise. And then when you look at the IRP there, when there's a table, a famous table that tells you the energy mix by which year it's expected to come on stream, and nuclear is absent. And it's just mentioned somewhere what they call decision number 8. So somewhere in hiding, almost afraid to be presented in the same breath and the same manner as we speak wind, as we speak hydro, as we speak coal, as we speak PV. And we know that the non-dispatchable nature of these solutions, they rely on the redundancy of base load, and DG has made a compelling argument. That is obvious to all of us. For those technologies to succeed, they require this base load. And we have been able to illustrate that it's clean, efficient, and reliable. And as you displace coal, as your base load, it must be substituted by something that approximates the base load conditions. And of course, the rest of the world is going that route. So it can't be the case that we are denied our right to put into action, first, our discipline, our expertise, but also our endowments. And that's the political economy of energy that I'm talking about. It's geopolitical manifestations. The fact that, no, don't use it, but we will use it. No, there is something irreconcilable there. And I'm saying that the science must trump the emotions and the politics. And that's why we have called you today, because you are the best that the country can offer. I'm advised, I'm yet to hear, but there's a, well, you can disprove me, yes. And then the other point is the face of this nuclear. You know, I was saying when I got into the department, that there is only one person. I was sharing this with the head of generation at ESCOM, Mr. Ngumalo, and the group CEO, Mr. Marokane, that there's only one person who speaks about this nuclear. I happened to encounter her on social media. I didn't know that she's associated with one of our entities. Priscilla here, our program director, Princess. Now I wanted to determine if you are listening to me. I know she's Princess, so I was just checking. I was just checking if you are listening. So I'm saying you can make nuclear fashionable, funky, youthful, and female. So if you just need to stand here and see that it's like an assembly of men. But we know over time we are going to transform it. That bring these young people on board. Bring the girls on board. It's fashionable in the same manner that they speak with confidence and pride when we talk solar, when we talk wind. It's very sexy and fashionable. And I can tell you that nuclear, if not better than those, at least it's the same. So it's important that we are able to give a completely different projection of what this is, what nuclear is about. Don't think of an atomic bomb, we are going to be decimated. Yeah, my helper was telling me, yo, that Ramokgopa happened to a nuclear, what are you about? So what she was saying to me is, yo, my helper was saying, yo, Mr. Ramokgopa, yo, hey, dog, this thing nuclear, it kills people. There in Russia, people are dying. The Russia, Ukraine, Putin is bringing no, this one is going to resolve load shedding. That's what we are trying to. That's what we are trying to say. So I think that it is important that we make that point. I think we have prepared a set of slides, but I'll leave them for later. And then I said that when you go to multilateral fora, the DG of the IEA makes a point, Mr. Grossi. He makes the point that we are trying to solve what we call an energy trilemma. So the first leg of that trilemma speaks of energy access. And energy access, it's more pronounced on the African continent because we are the ones who are disproportionately affected by the issues of access. 600 million people on the continent do not have access to electricity. So Africa has got a disproportionate amount of burden to ensure that you resolve the access question. And of course, the sub-elements of that access is that energy must be available. Of course, we've got our own experiences in the country. We've gone through the spell of load shedding. On the bulk generation side, not meeting bulk demand, and therefore you had to initiate what you call load shedding. And then it's got new manifestations, that of load reduction, which is really hitting the poor the most, because it's in areas of, or enclaves of poverty, where you are finding the situation of load reduction. Municipalities are unable to plan, make projection about growth, consumption, the upward economic mobility of people has got the relationship with consumption, because they have not modeled that appropriately. Or in instances where they don't have the capital to be able to expand, modernize the distribution infrastructure. They are unable to keep up with the pace. And the most convenient way of addressing the challenge is to initiate what they call a load reduction. Of course, there are non-technical losses, illegal connection, but I'm just saying it's a function of all of those things, your inability to have a credible model that helps you to be able to plan and compute what the growth looks like, because we have to understand the issues of urbanization. It is rampant. It's a feature of a modern developing country. Is one that has, if you like, being one of the areas that has helped Europe to advance to levels where they are. I mean, if you come to look at the study, how developed countries have reached the levels that they have, amongst others, is the ability to ensure that there's high density or concentration of skills in a particular area supported by an infrastructure that enables them to realize their potential. And those spaces, we tend to call them cities, mega cities, and they are beginning to surpass nation sovereign states in terms of their contribution to the economy of their respective countries. So I'm just saying load reduction or urbanization at the rate at which we are experiencing it It's a modern feature of any development. Of course, in this instance, it's not the attractiveness of the city spaces, but it's the pushing factors in the rural areas. And I think it's a distinction between what happened in Europe and what is happening, if you like, in the global south. I'm talking in aggregate terms. And then the second sub-element of access is affordability. And then they will tell you that the capital cost must be, when you roll out nuclear, is the most expensive, capital intensive. And then we make the point that look at the levelized tariff over the life of this asset. And you will see that it's ultra competitive. But they refuse that. So they say, no, it's very expensive. But they don't tell you what are the operational aspects. I'm sure there's going to be a panel here on what has been the South African nuclear experience. Ask, I don't know whether it will be Dan or it will be Keith or it will be Becky. How is Quebec doing relative to others? So let's answer it using our own conditions. Let's not borrow from somewhere else. We've got experience of 40 years of operation of Quebec. They can juxtapose and tell us what the truth is. And then we'll use that as a basis. That's the science and the evidence I spoke about to inform the process going forward. So I thought it's important that the panel will make that point. The second leg of the trilemma is what they refer to as energy sovereignty. Let me tell you something. Before the break of the Russia-Ukraine war, the issue of energy sovereignty was not a preeminent feature of these conversations. But because of the Nord Stream gas pipeline, the inability of Europe and Germany to meet its own energy demand as a result of the war, suddenly energy sovereignty is one of the priority considerations in the world. And then they get to mainstream it in multifora, this multinational fora. What is the point I'm making? The appreciation of the political economy of energy and its manifestation in the geopolitics, the global geopolitics environment. Of course, that's not the science, it's the politics. But I'm saying to you that you can't decouple the two, they go together. So it's important that those who can bring the political dimensions are bring it to the fore. We marry it with the science and we find that solution. It will be extremely naive of us to think that the resolution is just a scientific question, but it's also a political question. So it's important that we are able to marry those. But for the conversation today, we are focusing on the science and we'll encounter ourselves the politics much later when the science really bolsters this argument that we are making and we are able to infuse it in the politics. And then the third one, leg of the trilemma is sustainability. Of course, they need to green, ensure that you migrate from fossil fuels. He makes the point, and I think later in the presentation we'll share with you, that there's a pivot, there's a point of inflection in the global arena on what is the role and place of nuclear, as the DG refers to it as realism, the return of realism. The fact that it is in fact green, it's efficient, it is reliable. So you can't remove it from the mix or the taxonomy of what constitutes green. It has made a comeback. And it is important that we are able to reinforce that comeback ourselves and provide the manifestations as it presents itself in a developing country like ours, which is South Africa. So they've characterized that as a trilemma. I'm making a different argument that in the South African context and the context of the global South, there's a fourth area that requires our attention, is the socio-economic implications of the transition, the justice in the just transition. It's an important conversation that we don't leave our people poorer from the measure of their participation in the mainstream economy, their ability to meet their daily needs, their ability to improve their quality of life, realize upward economic mobility, their ability to contribute to the growth of the South African economy and carry everyone with us and ensure that no one is left behind. So I'm saying that it manifests itself differently in South Africa. Instead of a trilemma, I suggest that we could be talking about a quadrilemma, because the socio-economic impacts can't be relegated, must be placed on the same wavelength as the other consideration. Like I said, 600 million people on the continent. I think now there's been significant reversal in the country. 14% of the population is not connected to the grid. We had made significant advances. We reached 93%. There's been a reversal because the rate at which the population is growing and our ability to make new connections is such that we are not meeting with that pace, and therefore that regression on an aggregate scale. And it is important that we are able to resolve that question. So all I'm saying is that the socio-economic manifestations of this conversation are important. And I want to make the point that we also are of the opinion in the ministry that we're essentially resolving the nexus of energy, water, climate change, and food security. That's the nexus that we are trying to resolve. The DG makes the point that of the 28,000 terawatt hour of energy generation in the world, 10% of that is coming from nuclear. And we're beginning to see, like I said, at the COP, what the conversations have done is to place nuclear at the center of that transition. The G20 statement, the last G20 when they met, an acknowledgement of the role of nuclear in that space. And I also make the point, the COP, that it is important that we help developing countries to take advantage of this technology. And I'm saying that we have a duty ourselves to continue to advance nuclear in the country, ensure that its sustained contribution to energy, electricity generation beyond what Quebec has to offer. We will answer those questions, pay scale that we can afford. You'll answer it from a scientific position, and also show that with the advancement in technology, you have small modular reactors, small 300 megawatts and below, modular, as the DG has said, of course, you can be manufactured in a factory, transported. What that does, it allows for polycentric generation. There's been a concentration of generation in the northeastern part of the country. The load, the north going up, 72% of the load, Gauteng going to the north. But there are opportunities for us to be able to take the points of generation closer to consumption, and the small modular reactors will help us to do that. The mines, energy-intensive users, they could be in the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape. We are lamenting the issues around grid capacity, but when you go the route of small modular reactors, you will not be talking about 14,000 expansion, 14,000 kilometers expansion of new lines, because we'll be closer to the source of consumption. So I'm saying those are the opportunities that presents, and in fact, you are able to show that it's also competitive from a capital cost point of view, and then we negate these other arguments that essentially they amount to nothing but frivolous, just attempting to soil what this technology can offer. So we've brought you here to help us to fashion that argument, to strengthen that argument. 76 years of prominence in the nuclear complex, in the nuclear domain as South Africa. The sole player in that space on the continent, of course, Egypt is coming on board. We welcome them. Kenya has got ambitions. I think by 2030, they want to be, or 32, they want to have to be producing from nuclear. I mean, imagine if there was no hiatus in the nuclear build program. Imagine if there was no inertia in the nuclear build program. It will be South Africa that will be exporting these skills into the continent, helping our industrial base, but also having an appreciation of what are the obtaining factors in a developing country, because we are exactly that. We have a better appreciation of the socio-economic conditions of some of our neighbors. But it's never too late. We will answer the question. I am more than confident that nuclear has got a place, has got a role. You can see what mainland Europe is doing. You can see what Asia is doing. Just the other day, I was listening to the former Chancellor of the Exchequer in the UK, Jeremy Hunt, one of his last addresses in the House. He makes the point that 1 in every 4 megawatts in the UK will be generated from nuclear in 2050. And you can see the French are going that direction. The Americans and the Chinese are at an exponential rate going in that direction. So what's wrong with us if we want to go in that direction? As long as we answer the question, we are able to show that we are not going to overburden the end consumer. We are able to, okay, the science has already answered the question, clean, efficient, and reliable. So as South Africans, we have a duty. Like I said, first you, the selfish interest, protect the profession. Don't just allow everyone to come into the profession, usurp your powers, and speak on your behalf. But at a more patriotic level, to ensure that we protect the interest of the country, we have built this capacity over a period of time. And we are not about to abrogate our responsibility to continue to exploit this industry and contribute to the momentum of its evolution, modernization, and growth to answer contemporaneous questions that are confronting society in the midst of the challenges of climate change. And we are able to build the next generation of scientists. And the best way of doing that is when there is certainty in the build program. Otherwise, we are going to continue to export our skills to the Middle East, to the Gulf states, to the US. I was listening with envy when Mr. Opperman was sharing this with me. I said, no, but this is your home. You must come and contribute here. And they have no objection to that. Working with the scientific community, working with the research institutions and our SOEs, I am confident that we'll answer the question and answer the question competently. It's not a binary conversation. It's not solar, nuclear. It's not solar, wind on the other side, coal and nuclear on the other side. No, we're talking of a mix. It's all of them together for the benefit of the country. And I'm more than confident that we are going to be finding those answers. Thank you very much for joining us.
I don't think we're hungry yet, so can we clap a little bit more? Now, our discussions are evolving through panel discussions, and I'd like to request the next panel of executives to go at the back to get mic'd, please. Mr. Mbambo, please go to the technicians at the back to get mic'd. Now, to all the facilitators, I have this. So as you know, time is of the essence. So be mindful as you engage in these discussions that we have limited time. So once I raise this paper, facilitators, just know that you have 5 minutes to wrap up, and I mean it. As we stretch our feet, I hope we'll be back here in 4 minutes' time. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to request the panel for future technology prospects and their strategic importance to also go get mic'd. Ntate Mapoto, Ntate Twala, Mr. Simelane, Mr. Featherstone, please go get mic'd. And Prof. Bismarck Chobeka.
Two, 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 one, two, two.
Mic test. Ladies and gentlemen, Please let's settle down so that we begin with our panel discussion. Thank you. We ready? Before I call the panel on stage, I'd like to recognize the following teachers and learners who are here with us today. Dinamika High School, Pelindaba High School, as well as Katlehong High School. Can I hear you say hello? Thank you. Now, the next panel is a panel discussion including the highly respected leaders of the energy sector. And I'd like to invite the DDG of Nuclear in the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, Mr. Zizamele Mbambo, who will lead the discussions. Mr. Mbambo, you will introduce your panel. Thank you. Are you going to call them or should I? Call them. Okay. Panel members. Mr. Loyiso Chabashe from NEXA, the Group CEO of the South African Nuclear Energy Corporation. Mr. Alan Carolison, the Acting CEO of the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Institute. The favorite uncle of South Africa, Mr. Dan Marukane, the Group CEO of ESCOM. Professor Victor Chivase, the Director of Itemba Labs. Thank you. Please enjoy discussions. Okay, please load the presentation if you have it, Mr. Mapoto. Mr. Mbambo's presentation.
Thank you very much. Should we start? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Program Director, Ms. Mtombeni, and Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, Captains of Industry, and all protocol observed. I will take you through the status of the nuclear energy in South Africa presentation. We will be covering just a high level of the developments in the nuclear space. Right, the outline of the presentation will deal with the nuclear energy to provide a South African context in terms of the policy. And then we will deal with the background on the 2,500 megawatts of the nuclear new build, deal with the latest developments, and then draw the conclusions. In terms of the context, if we locate nuclear in South Africa, we are guided by the policies of government, in particular the 1998 white paper on energy policy, which dealt with the diversification of the energy mix, acknowledging the need for the gradual transitioning to a low-carbon economy. And then it set out, at the very least, 4 objectives of managing the energy-related environmental impact. That's the issue that the minister has dealt with in terms of the role of nuclear as a clean energy source. Then also objective number 5 was mainly to then deal with the securing of the supply through the diversification through integrated resource planning methodology. So that's the approach that we use. And then fast forward, then the nuclear energy policy of 2008 get approved, and that then set out the direction that we will follow, mainly with a vision to exploit nuclear for peaceful purposes through the development of an intensive nuclear energy program with a long-term goal of being self-sufficient in the nuclear fuel cycle value chain. I believe I need to underscore this one so that there's an appreciation why this one is important. It's important in the following manner, is that the government wants to become self-sufficient in exploiting the full value chain of nuclear for peaceful purposes. As the minister has already alluded to, we are endowed with resources in South Africa, starting from mining, the beneficiation of uranium, the enrichment of uranium, the manufacturing of the fuel, the generation of electricity, and then the managing of the back end of the nuclear fuel cycle, which we have institutions that are responsible for that. National Radioactive Waste Institute is responsible for that. So in order for us as a country to manage and have the issue of sovereignty guaranteed, is that we need to be able to exploit the full nuclear value chain for peaceful purposes. That's the essence of it. That's the policy of government, that when we engage with the view that it must serve the national interest, that the South African interest, that we should be able to exploit to the fullest potential the resources that we have on nuclear for peaceful purposes. And that's the policy prescribed. Then the next one, nuclear energy shall form part of South Africa's strategy to mitigate climate change. And that's a very important point that we need to outline here, because the conversation is such that it's polemic in South Africa, whereby it's one energy source pitted against the other. But for us, we are following the energy mix as a policy, that all these different resources are important to provide the country with a sustainable solution. And in respect of nuclear, we're highlighting this point because already in 2008, the government promulgated a policy that put forward nuclear energy as it will form the strategy to mitigate climate change. So then the argument is, why is it that whenever there's a conversation on the energy sector and the energy space in the just energy transition, nuclear is not mentioned? However, the government has already made a decisive policy that this will be the government strategy.
This one is better.
Is it open? Okay, yes, thanks. So I was belaboring the points of what the policy prescript are saying. And these ones are important for the stakeholders here to internalize that there is already a policy of government for nuclear to become the strategy to mitigate the climate change. Then fast forward, of course, we then have the integrated resource plan, October 2019, which is a blueprint of government of the electricity infrastructure. And it came with two key decisions in relation to the nuclear energy. Decision 2 said Koeberg power plant design life must be extended by another 20 years, undertaking the necessary technical and regulatory work. And in this space, we've made tremendous progress. The Deputy Minister has already applauded ESCOM. They've been able to take us through in terms of the life extension of Koeberg. And I won't say much. The ESCOM team is here. They will elaborate. Then Another key decision was then Decision 8, which has commenced the preparations for the nuclear build program to the extent of 2,500 at a pace and a scale that the country can afford, because it is a no-regret option. So that's the marching orders that we're following in terms of Decision 8. Next slide. That's the background. I won't dwell too much. 2019, the IRP is promulgated. 2,500 is there. We have to implement it. Then the minister making the determination in 2020. Also we issued the request for information just to test the market. Then also there was a PBMR transfer that was transferred from Eskom to NERSA. It's an important milestone. Then August in 2021, they issued the concurrence to NERSA with the conditions that then suspended the determination. Then they followed it up with the reasons for their decision. Then in 2022, then the department had to work with Eskom in terms of formulating the response to the suspensive condition, and also then the procurement framework work was then concluded. Then in 2023, the report on NERSA suspensive condition was then endorsed, and NERSA concurred with the department to proceed with the procurement in line with Decision 8. Then we started the work to focus on now looking into the procurement. Obviously then in January 2024, then the decision was gazetted. Section 34 determination was then challenged by three parties, and they, as they are mentioned there, the Democratic Alliance, SAFK, the Earth Life, and the decision was taken to withdraw the determination to allow for public participation, and that's the process that the minister has alluded to ensure openness and transparency. This is just a repeat in terms of the latest development. I won't dwell too much to it. Safe to mention that the minister has pronounced that the industry experts will be then established so that we make the resubmission to NERSA. Next slide. Well, that's a regulatory process that is required for us to realize the nuclear new build. The siting work has already begun at Eskom. Nuclear installation license applications are in progress. These are non-design specific approvals that Eskom is looking for. And two sites that are earmarked for the nuclear development is Stayspend and Denefontein, and the decisions are still pending. What then is important is to ensure that as we move forward, the decisions on the procurement framework will be critical before we can proceed to the RFP. The work that is currently being done is the work on the business case and the feasibility report. We've already tested the market as a department, and we are all using this information to then build the case for nuclear. Important that the resubmission is expedited. I won't repeat, the minister has already indicated the urgency of this. Then important also is that there is an increase in the global interest in small modular reactor development. That's the SMRs. And these favor South Africa's revival of the pebble bed modular reactor technology. But this will require a cabinet decision to lift the PBMR out of care and maintenance. And then, of course, the advancement in the small modular reactor technology and the desired deployment thereof position South Africa for further development of the pebble bed technology in South Africa for export of our fuel. I thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Oh, it is active now. Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, to the DG of the IAA, the Ambassador in Vienna representing us there, as well as the stakeholders that are in the House today. It's an auspicious occasion for us, and I think the marching orders have been set very clearly by the Minister in terms of what we ought to do and where we need to elevate the debate to. And the bottom line is really the decoding of the nuclear technology. And it is very important that whilst the nuclear technology for peaceful purposes really gained momentum in the 1950s through the establishment of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the slogan at that point in time was atoms for peace, because the birth of the nuclear technology for peaceful purposes was from the weaponry program. There is no secret about that. Fast forward to the 2000s and 2020s. I think DG Grossi has actually aptly stated that we need to move from that which happened about 60 years ago and move towards peace and development. Development talks to what the minister highlighted in terms of socio-economic development. So development becomes the key mantra going forward. I split the nuclear technology into two. There is power applications, which Eskom is running fully and has got a full mandate to run power reactors, and they are doing that very well and safely. And there's another aspect, which is ultimate industrial applications, because typically it's called non-power, and I don't like to be referred to as a non-something. So I'll stick to the term of industrial applications. And the industrial application gets further dissected into three primary areas. One is the medical applications, where we use the isotopes for, which we supply as Nexa. There is another area which is non-destructive testing in the normal factories and industry. The third aspect being in agriculture. Those are the prominent aspects of using nuclear for industrial applications. And that is where Nexa is playing a very predominant role on. But if I further decode the program itself, the nuclear value chain, I put it into 6 areas. The first area is the mining aspect, where the private players are playing largely in terms of mining uranium, either direct mining, as we see in Namibia, or as a byproduct of gold in South Africa. That typically is your private players that are doing that. The second step is when you convert the hard ore that you have from solid to gas, which is called the conversion. Third aspect is the enrichment, where you enrich it from the natural background uranium radiation, natural uranium of uranium-235 to a higher level that is useful in terms of applications in industry. That's called the enrichment process. That's the third one. Fourth part is where you fabricate the fuel assembly that will go into the reactor, be it a nuclear power reactor that Eskom runs or the research reactor that we run at Nexa. Then once you've done that, it goes into the reactor, and lastly, it's the waste management of that. That's the cradle-to-grave process, and it's as simple as all of that. And we need to now say, where do we actually play as South Africa? Predominantly, we're in one of the 6, if I can put it like that, in the power, in the generation aspect of either electricity or isotopes. There are other activities that we participate in, either upstream or downstream in waste management, which is what is currently being done by the Rad Waste Disposal Institute. But where the big money is really at the reactor side, as well as the further upstream side. It is important to note that as South Africa, we have not fully exploited that aspect. The mandate that Nexa has got is to participate in the front end, leading up to the reactor. South Africa has done the work, and we've developed fuel for the Nexa reactor, as well as the Eskom reactor back in the years. It was stopped in the 90s due to commercial reasons at the time, which was the stopping of the sanctions. But we believe that the time is now to resuscitate that. It has been fully endorsed by our board and the minister that we go back to what the Act wants us to do, which is the front-end development, which is comprising of conversion, enrichment, as well as fabrication. And Nexa's mandate really has to be strengthened in that regard and make sure that we deliver in that mandate. We look at Safari, which is our reactor at Nexa, which does industrial isotopes for medicine, industry, as well as agriculture. Is that it was commissioned in 1965, as you can tell. It's getting 60 years old next year. We've suddenly received this year a letter from the regulator saying the end of life is December 2030, and we are working, just like ESCOM has done now, finding a program of extending the life of our reactor. In parallel with that, we are working on a project to build a new reactor called the multi-purpose reactor, which will at some point be a successor to the Safari reactor. It gets very important that we cannot afford to leave the space of nuclear isotope production, because once you create a gap, other players take the gap and they move forward. Most important, it is that we manufacture, as we speak today, it is the isotope for medical treatment, predominantly molybdenum, and we occupy 20% of the international market, biggest customer being the USA, Europe, Asia, and we do have the growth inside the continent. But with the slow growth of nuclear hospitals in the African continent for cancer treatment, we're finding that the African continent itself is slower, but we're doing a lot of work, and we'll hear more about this in the later panel today, that we need to grow this and be able to use it for our own use going forward. Also, we do, as part of the nuclear value chain, at Nexa we do have nuclear-grade manufacturing accredited facilities. It's called ESME accredited facilities. And we produce some equipment for Quebec Power Station as we speak. It is good to see when you go there, we see what we have done. Pipes that are fabricated, that are nuclear-grade, that are installed by the Nexa team, making sure that the units at Quebec run efficiently and effectively. And the research reactors contribute also to the researchers' body of knowledge in the international domain, wherein our researchers, through the Safari reactor that we have, do a lot of research that is published globally. But one of the biggest plans is for us to be able to not just contribute to the body of knowledge, but also commercialize some of these inventions that are coming through our process. We're accelerating that work to make sure that we move forward. And also the SMR development, we've been talking to our ESCOM colleagues in that while they focus on the commercial small modular reactors and commercial big reactors, I always say that South Africa deserves both big and small reactors. We should not be boxed into one corner because our grid can take the big reactors like we see in Quebec. We are also focusing on technology development and partnering with future technology developers of the small modular reactors, and want to use Nexa as an anchor and as an entry point, as the minister said, into the African continent. That's one of our key mandates going forward. And our view is that all the work that we're doing contributes immensely to the sustainable development goals that we have in terms of clean energy, affordable energy, as well as meaningful employment for our people going forward, and the climate action, because nuclear is clean. And I think where we contribute to socio-economically, to your point, Minister, of the fourth element of the energy trilemma, which is socio-economic development. Currently, our impact as Nexa in the activities that we do, we employ about 1,600 people, and these are highly skilled people that we're talking about, and we intend to grow that number with the projects that I was talking about much earlier on, to even double or triple that number, because there is immense growth, and South Africa needs more jobs going forward. And this also talks to, and I'm talking about direct employment at Nexa. We know the multiplier effect, that your primary jobs could be 1,600. Secondary jobs, probably double or triple that. Tertiary jobs, even more. So when you look at the value chain, that's the impact we want to have in the global industry, well beyond the 1,600 that we employ. We're also focusing on the skills and capacity development of our people with our Nexa Learning Academy, where we train for ourselves as well as for the industry at large. At some point, we started training for the continent, but that has subsided. But we want to resuscitate that because we need to grow the nuclear skill going forward. And that becomes very important because we need the skills to drive a nuclear program. But as said earlier on, skills always follow projects. If there are no projects, you can train whatever you want, you'll end up just being a net exporter of skills. What we want is to develop skills, have the projects going so that we can capacitate those. And lastly is the revenue for the country. We currently are Nexa is a 2.6 billion rand revenue business and running very profitably. And it is important to note that 60% of our revenue comes from the foreign sales that we do in the likes of America, Europe, as well as Asia. So it becomes important to bring that much needed foreign revenue from outside of our country to boost the value of our rand and as we move forward. And South Africa having been at the forefront, I'm almost at the end, as South Africa having been at the forefront of established the IAA in the 50s, it is important that Nexa is at the bleeding edge in that we are the first in the world to move our reactor from using highly enriched uranium to low enriched uranium. The rest of the world is following us, and we need to continue in that area. Like I've said, our isotopes occupy 20% of the global market. We need to sustain that and improve wherever possible. The only concluding statement that I will put forward is that South Africa deserves and requires more of what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chabashe. Mr. Carolison, please proceed.
Okay. Morning, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, all the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, all the CEOs, the chairpersons, and all our esteemed stakeholders getting today here. Leiso talk about the 6 elements of our nuclear energy cycle. And I'm at number 6, the back end. So our organization, the National Radioactive Waste Disposal Facility, is not like pick it up that you put your waste outside and they collect it. So the mandate of our organization is the long-term management of radioactive waste in a manner that is technically sound. It must be societal acceptable. It must be environmentally responsible and sustainable to ensure that there is no undue burden placed on future generations due to our past, current, and future involvement in the exploitation of nuclear technology and science. What I've observed in my 28 years in the radioactive waste fraternity is that there's one key overriding issue. We don't have a social license. We lack the social license. We are proud of our technologies, but the social aspect is coming more to the fore. And we need, as a collective, talk with one voice and decipher and demystify the myths associated with radioactive waste or nuclear energy. And what I've also observed is that currently the debate is about nuclear energy, the power side. I'm not hearing anybody telling the South Africans and the world what are we doing in terms of our radioisotopes manufacturing. If we don't exploit our nuclear energy, we cannot go for a CT scan. We cannot get a radiation therapy. So that is part and parcel of the sustainability that we require in terms of our energy mix. Nuclear technology is not corrupt. People are corrupt. That is So for us, we need to place a high premium on stakeholder capacity building, the issue of communication, transparency, public participation and consultation, and that principle are enshrined in our sacred constitution. And that's why if we don't follow that, they might call me a constitutional delinquent. So I don't want to go there and to say I'm a constitutional delinquent. And for, to be effective, public participation and consultation in the nuclear space should be meaningful, inclusive, and ongoing involvement processes that genuinely considers the input of everyone in the decision-making space. People are also saying that, but you don't have a solution for your waste stemming from your exploitation of nuclear technology. We have a solution. We have a solution. Kuba, the first Kuba reactor went critical in 1984. And we received radioactive waste at Volpits in 1986. So before you start thinking about putting nuclear energy in your space, you have to think about the liability, because currently it's about the intergenerational matter. The current generation that benefits from our nuclear application cannot transfer their liabilities to the future generation. And that's why our government have taken a moral and ethical decision to establish a waste management fund, where waste generators put money in that fund so that we ensure sustainability funding of radioactive waste. And we call that the polluter pays principle. And that will ensure there is no impact on taxpayers' monies, and there's no impact on the fiscus. Volpus is in operation more than 38 years now. For the past 9 years, the average dose that our Volpus worker receive is about 1.3 millisievert. And the results also have shown that there's no environmental impact. The biggest issue in terms of what they're currently doing is, and remember, the low-level waste by volume represents 95% of all waste generated. So currently we are only sitting with 5% of high-level waste by volume. And people don't say that we have a solution for that. We have a stepwise solution for that. Our policy is very clear what we must do. We haven't pronounced on open fuel cycle or closed fuel cycle. But irrespective which cycle is chosen, the inescapable outcome of that cycle, of our decision, is that we need to establish a off-site centralized interim storage facility for spent nuclear fuel. And then the second one, we need to establish a deep geological repository for that. And currently, currently there is no operational deep geological repository. However, Finland have made big progress in terms of that. They have just, on the 1st of September, started with their dry trial run. So after the dry trial run, they will then physically start with the operational run of the disposal of spent fuel. And for me, having a solution for the final disposal of spent fuel is like finding the missing part and puzzle for the sustainable, for the long-term sustainability of nuclear energy. And I've looked at their safety case. The safety case says that the upper limit for the most exposed worker that is physically working in a deep geological repository is about 0.1 millisieverts. 0.1 millisieverts, if you go for a chest X-ray, then you will receive 1 millisieverts. So why the fuss about the dose? We need to sell our good story. And I just want to sign off, Minister, and say that as South Africa, we are totally committed from the government perspective that actually mandated us and legislated us to give our mandate, that we are totally committed to fulfill the vast expectations of all South Africans that radioactive waste can be managed safely in a manner that meets or exceeds all applicable regulatory standards, requirements for the protecting of health, safety, security of our people and the environment, both now and in the future. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carolson. Minister, I decided to come and sit here so that, there's a pretty face around here. Dr. Marokan, please proceed.
Thank you, Princess. Is that Princess of Quebec? Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. All protocol observed. I have decided to change my approach, Minister, and between you and the DG, you have really summed up this session, and you've really surfaced all the key issues. I think what I want to appreciate in the first instance is a very clear government perspective on the strategy of nuclear and where it sits within the energy mix and its importance for us marching towards net zero targets. The first, this is very important that we understand this within that context. The second point is that we also exist within a global community. Clearly, there's movements within the world that perhaps we may not be so exposed to as South Africans, that we continue to have a negative attitude towards nuclear and its use and its relevance. The world around us has also reawakened to this reality that this is essentially an important component of baseload power generation going forward, and also an important component of us reducing emissions going forward. Obviously, for us as a country, as we have witnessed from an ESCOM perspective, the economic spin-offs from nuclear operations from a power perspective, and Loiso has also spoken about the other applications of the technology, are quite huge. And for a country that is emerging out of the history that it has got the deep social inequalities that it has, this is an element that is going to contribute meaningfully for us to move forward. The history of power generation in this country from nuclear dates back to 40 years ago. Just the other 2 months ago, we celebrated the 40-year milestone and also the beginning of the 20-year life extension for Quebec Unit 1. You have also heard about the ambitions for nuclear on the continent, Egypt being quite advanced in this area. It will be said of us to be overtaken and remain, having had so many years of operation, and remain a player lower down the league in this aspect, both from a perspective of skills and technical contribution to the continent, from the value chain contributions, manufacturing, and opportunities from that perspective. And I'm quite glad that government's approach towards the re-engagement on nuclear for power generation and other aspects is as outlined by the Minister. Just from our operational experience as ESCOM, and we have also always understood that our operational experience is important in preserving the importance of this technology within the sector. We have experienced quite tremendous positive spin-offs from a grid stability point of view with the Quebec units that are contributing 1,900 megawatts into the system. We have just, as I said, spent 22 billion rands upgrading or installing new steam generators so that we can have a life extension for the next 20 years. We are data-driven. We are scientists. We are engineers. We will make the data talk for us and inform our decisions. We will continue to assess what more can be extracted out of this invested capital. We now have extension for 20 years. We'll continue to look at what are the opportunities for exploiting this for even longer. We are now going to also look at business cases for the upgrading of the thermal power units so that we can also optimize electricity recovery, another 100 megawatts or so from each of the units that we have at Quebec. Our presence in the Western Cape has contributed immensely to the economic activities, to the value chain. I don't want to talk a lot more about that. There's multiple players here who are important value chain operators for us. We have contributed immensely to skills development. We contribute to the socially we contribute to both the Western Cape and the Southern Cape, and now we are upping the game in terms of the Northern Cape in the areas of the Valputs where our waste management is being undertaken. We have progressed all work required, upfront work required to prepare for the next new build at Dainefontein, adjacent to Quebec, and also down in the Southern Cape in Jeffreys Bay, so that we do not lose time as we get the process that the ministers expanded on underway. We are very clear. Our capability is quite critical in ensuring that the country realizes and benefits from use of nuclear technology, and we are well embedded with the ministries in terms of the technical capabilities in that space. We invest in the upskilling of our people, and yes, certainty around the path in as far as nuclear is concerned will also help us in making sure that we develop diversified skills, and our teams are increasingly showing the diversity not only from a race perspective but from a gender perspective as well. In due course, Princess, this forum will look very different thanks to the contributions of the ESCOM teams as we go along this. So maybe in closing off, we are for nuclear. We understand that the energy mix is an important component of us achieving our strategic objectives as a country. This is not a discussion about either or. We've always argued that it is about the use of technologies to be complementary. We are excited by the fact that COP has come out now much more clearly to demystify this issue around the use of nuclear and its associated assistance that it provides through to renewables going forward. And we're looking forward to participating in a process that will be led by the ministry to ensure that we get to a point of making decisions very quickly. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We've fallen behind. We have an opportunity to catch up, and we need to move with pace. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Montani. Prof, over to you.
Good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and all delegates. I'll start by bragging. I'm from a different field, not completely different, because what we normally do is to train people. You need us because we give you access to train engineers and physicists. I'm from NRF Labs. We house 4 accelerators, the 200 MeV separated sector cyclotron, the 70 MeV, which is the latest one, and we managed to produce isotope recently with that particular 70 MeV cyclotron. Again, I said I'll brag because we just commissioned it and we managed to get the isotopes. How do we assist in terms of training? We have collaboration with the SACEN. We also have collaboration with the SAJNR. Then we create a gateway to international infrastructure through that process. Most of our scientists, they go to, I wanted to mention the name, to Moscow and all those places for training. And also they go to CERN and use the facility that is at CERN to do the solder, the Atlas type of research. But through that part, as they're doing such type of research, we also train them to be ready for the nuclear reactors. Again, in my previous life, I used to work for the nuclear reactor, the PBMR. Then because of that, then we have to make sure that as we are doing the training of students, then we train them in all areas, not just accelerator-based sciences, also the nuclear part. The other part that I wanted to mention is the nuclear medicine department at Itepa Labs currently provides more than 80 public and private nuclear medicine departments nationally. And longer half-life radionuclides products are distributed in nearly 100 international clients. I can see my competitor there, Mr. Kgosientsho, yes. But we produce more as a group than Alexa. That is the truth. That is the truth.
For now.
No. In fact, it will be forever.
Okay.
Because the 70 MeV fully dedicated to produce isotopes.
Yeah.
Then there's no way that you are going to catch up. The other part that I wanted to mention is that Itepa Labs is also an IEA collaborating center. We get the funding directly from IEA to collaborate with all the countries in South Africa, in Africa, not just South Africa. In Africa, then we give them access to our facility so that they can do the training. Yeah, I think, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. The fight between NEXA, NTP, and Itepa Labs and Dingin, I think we tried. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I wanted to say it's not a fight, but he knows. But
Thank you. We have more time for questions, so we'll take 2 or 3 questions. Do we have roving mics? There's a hand at the back, the first hand. I'm going to stand up so I see all of you. Right at the back, next to Sis Elsie. There was a hand there. The second one, here. The third one, wherever you can reach first.
I like that.
We'll take the young people. Emmanuel, the third one. Emmanuel, we'd love to hear from the youth.
So who's first? Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Rob Adam, previously chairman of the Nuclear Industry Association of South Africa, and today representing the Industrial Development Corporation. I wanted to ask, and it's probably to Dan or Zizamela, procurement frameworks, because if you remember where the previous 2 processes broke down, I think the 2008 process and then the 2013 approximately, it was for different reasons, but both of them broke down there. So one needs to stress test this quite rigorously not just don't do it in a private room, but discussing it with industry experts. I mean, today, if you discuss nuclear with what's left of the South African construction industry, they roll their eyes, because they spent hundreds of millions of rand preparing themselves for the last two processes, which stopped. Similarly, one needs to wise up and not be naive about localization, because if you look at the numbers, if you're looking at 2.5 gigawatts, roughly $10,000 a kilowatt installed, that makes 25 billion US, roughly, call it 500 billion rand. If you put forward the guarantees on that, and let's assume that, I don't know, you're doing 30% localization, that's, even if it's mainly civils, you're looking at not too far off 100 billion rand in terms of the guarantees that you need to put in a pot to make sure that your technology provider is actually going to accept you as a localization partner. And that's way, way, way north of the total market cap of South Africa's current construction industry. So the question is, if you're going to localize, who's going to put the guarantees up? So, yeah, I mean, just a couple of thoughts there, and I wanted to try and get practical on this rather than remain in the air. Thanks,
you. Thank you, Dr. Adam. Who has the second mic? Please state your name, the name of the organization you are representing, and ask one question.
Hi, my name is Nolozi Serero from the Madibeng municipality in the northwest, where Pelindaba has been. First of all, we welcome nuclear energy as the municipality, but the sad story, again, I think it was Mr. Carlson mentioned that there's no social contract. And the main reason why there's no social contract, that the thought hub has not resulted in any industry running in the northwest and in Madibeng. The local community has not benefited from this technology. There's modular plants, there's things that allow local municipalities to benefit from it. So I think it's one of those. I hear Western Cape, I hear Northern Cape, but the actual nucleus of nuclear, the community has not yet benefited, and that needs to be addressed urgently. And a lot of the opportunities have been geared towards Gauteng's growth and not the Northwest growth. So we'd really like that to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Emmanuel, you have the mic?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Princess. My name is Emmanuel Muntwedi. I come from an organization called the South African Young Nuclear Professional Society. I also work for NEXA. I have something for our CEOs and our directors to think about. This is coming from the young professionals in the space. 2014, 50 young professionals were sent abroad for training in anticipation of a nuclear build program. This training focused on all aspects of this nuclear program. It went from procurement planning all the way to commissioning and eventual decommissioning, so the entire chain. And then we have a NAPIO committee that is running this initiative for the country for the nuclear procurement. And there are no young professionals in that subcommittee. And that is quite distressing from our end, because we cannot train people at such great expense to the country and not utilize them going forward. We also need a multi-generational workforce that will ensure that we retain the operational knowledge throughout the operational life of this nuclear power plant. Someone who's 50 years today, by the time we commission, they would have retired. So we must mix generationally at all levels of the industry. We must find young specialists, we must find young managers, we must find young executives
The official reasons we normally get is that we want people with experience. And if we all are truthful to ourselves, no one in Nepio or in the industry today has ever successfully procured a nuclear power plant. So we are all learning at various stages, of course. So I don't see a reason why not involve young professionals in this. And I urge our CEOs and our directors to do so. And Minister, maybe from your office as well, we should have a directive coming from the top down, because it's quite difficult to do it bottom up, and we can make the industry fashionable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Executives.
Yeah. Sorry, can I maybe have a go at this first, and I'll respond directly to Rob Adams' comments. And I may have misunderstood the minister's call to all industry participants, is to engage in a process that will lead to the country realizing and implementing nuclear as a key component of our energy mix going forward. That engagement is going to revolve around answering the question of pace and scale. And when you unpack that, you're going to discuss issues around what is the appropriate procurement framework that you must have, considering the realities on the ground. The commitment to localization is an important component. This is why countries are doing nuclear, to stimulate economic activities. If there are limitations to our space, we'll deal with them in that conversation, but we should not faint at this point in time simply because we don't have answers to those questions now. For your information, you may be aware that the DMRE of the past, together with ESCOM, they've been working on what are the appropriate approaches to take through this. And those will be outcomes of the consultations and reality checks that needs to happen in space. But I just don't want us to lose hope at this point in time and say it's going to be impossible, because it goes back to the discussion of what discourages the embracing of nuclear going forward around the issues of cost and our ability to do so as a country. I think from Nolwazi and Emmanuel, I'm comfortable with the input. I take it as positive contribution that we should do better in as it sits.
Thank you. Mr. Chabash?
Thank you very much. If I take the first comment last from Emmanuel from the young professionals, it is true. We cannot move forward as this generation makes in the stage. We need to make sure that we embrace the youth and we move along. We were once youth, and we've come and gone out of that phase, so we need to groom the next generation of leaders. And this is not an excuse. We must understand that different organizations have gone through different phases. In my past life, there used to be recruitment embargoes at my previous employer, which stifled absorbing new youth coming in. And where I went to, which is Nexa, I found that there was also an embargo. It does not allow that infusion. But where we are now, we are not at that stage, as you might have seen. We are starting to advertise for external people to come in. Obviously, we have to look after our needs first. But even inside, we need to really grow the young people into the right positions. I live by the statement of one of my ex-bosses who used to say, as a young person, if you feel you are ready for the next position, it means it's way too late. So which means you must be thrown in the deep end, and that should be our approach going forward. We'll be throwing the youth in the deep end, but that requires that enabler of projects coming on board. Because in the current space, you'll find that it's somewhat saturated except for retirements or natural attrition in the form of people leaving the organization. But we need to have these projects so that we involve the youth at the conception, construction, as well as commissioning and operation of these projects. So youth and the gender diversity is deeply embedded in our thought processes and our strategies. Then if I go to Ms. Nolwazi from Madibank, the municipality we operate in, we are unfortunate in that we are straddling Gauteng and Northwest where we are situated, but we fully are in the Northwest province. And the local communities need to feel exactly how we operate, and they must see the type of work that we do. I must state that we have quarterly public safety information forums wherein we invite the local communities to understand the safety of our operations. but also through our structures with our team led by Ms. Qamgila Boyede, wherein we'll link with the municipalities, Madibeng, the Gauteng, and the like, where we want to ensure that there is meaningfully felt contribution by our organization. And I think I'll want to make contact with you directly outside of the seminar so that I can understand where the hiccup is, because most of the people that we employ, they're either in Northwest or in Gauteng. But I need to get a sense of where the point is coming from. But I embrace the comment that you make. The point made by Rob Adam, who is actually one of the ex-CEOs at Nexa, been long in the industry, and the issue of localization, I want to get to that. Whilst we don't want to treat it as a chicken and egg situation wherein you say there must be a program for you to have localization, there's an element that says government and at the policy level, there must be a deliberate effort to say, we want to localize these components. And these must be identified by the operators in the form of Eskom and Nexa and Radi and Itemba Labs for that matter, where we say we want this locally made, and there must be deliberate support from government in making this happen. Right all over the world, it has never just happened by osmosis that things are localized. There's been a deliberate government focus and government support, but we should be in that journey with the government to make sure that we identify those critical aspects. Where I said earlier on we want to get involved in the front-end fuel, we fully acknowledge that if you build a conversion or enrichment or a fabrication plant, the 1,800 megawatts of Kubek and maybe the 2.5 is not enough. Economies of scale say you must be at least at 10,000 megawatts of power to have a meaningful value chain. However, our view is that we need to partner with the international players so that we are in their value chains while our South African economy is growing in this regard of nuclear power plants and the continent is growing. So I thought that localization aspect becomes very, very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shabashe. DDG? Oh, sorry.
Okay. I just want to add in terms of the youth and women and people with disabilities, especially relating to the back end, the waste management disposal. Currently, what my experience is that the youth are not interested in the back end because they want to be part of the front end. Yeah. And as the minister said, we are trying to make waste management and disposal more attractive, more sexy. And I can tell you something about the front end, right? The front end, the nuclear power plants, lifetime of 60 years. Our low-level waste repository, 300 years. Our deep geological repository, 100,000 years. Where do you want to be?
Please hire me.
A job for life.
Speak to me offline. Thank you.
Thank you. DDG?
Okay, thank you very much. I think for me, I would like to address the issue that was raised by Emmanuel regarding the participation of the young professionals in the NEPIO. As a department, we are responsible to lead the NEPIO. That's the Nuclear Energy Implementation Program organization with all the different stakeholders. And we welcome the participation of the youth in the structure. We invite different companies or different SOEs to make available the professionals that must participate there. So the door is open. We would like to see that there is a pipeline of young professionals that are taking over the baton from the old. So we need to work together. And we will look forward for those opportunities for when the colleagues avail themselves. Then I think the other issue that was raised by Dr. Rob Adams on the issue of the involvement of the industry in the procurement framework, I think it's a discussion that needs to be held because we need to make sure that we can leverage on the industry expertise, yet also being mindful that if you're working out the procurement framework, these matters are of a commercial nature. So there's a balancing act that needs to be struck there to see how you manage that part. We've commissioned a procurement framework study from an independent service provider, which we needed to inform the planning of government in terms of what the possible options could be. And those are the options that are currently being engaged with the different stakeholders to finally agree on an option that will be preferred to take forward. So that's the process where we are. And we are working with these key stakeholders that are within the government space because of the issues we've highlighted, that these issues finally becomes a commercial issue, and how we balance that is a matter of discussion. Then in terms of the localization, the size of the program and all of that, I think we appreciate the input is valid, that we consider all of this, but we need to be mindful that we have to be intentional about making sure that we can localize the program so that we achieve the policy goals of government of becoming self-sufficient. We'll never be self-sufficient unless we can localize the program. To what extent the program that is being implemented, but there has to be a consideration that a portion of it has to be localized. We need to have our own nuclear professionals being trained, being involved, and being able to be part of the solution. We don't want a ready-made solution that we've never participated in as South African stakeholders. We would like to be part of it. So working together with industry and government and making sure that we can achieve the policy objectives of government of the program, to create jobs, to make sure that there are businesses that participate is essential for us as government to make sure that we can fulfill the mandate of government of making sure that we can leverage the socio-economic benefits of the nuclear program in the country. I'd like to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mbambo.
Yeah,
Prof?
I will only respond to Emmanuel's question. Remember I mentioned that we create a gateway to international research infrastructure. We do that so that you have, after the training, that you have experience, that you can easily be employed without people asking you questions to say you don't have experience. That's the reason why I said we create this gateway to infrastructure to the international part, the SASN, the SAGNR. When you get there, then you end up, you come back with a proper experience, and then from there you can easily be employed.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our panel session. I know you still have more questions to ask, but please just reserve them for later on when we have a networking session. But for now, I'd like you to give a big round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. I hope that the next panel speakers are mic'd already, but all of us, we can just stretch our legs and go out and be back here exactly at 11:55. The executives, Mr. Mbambo, your panel session, please, you go to the technicians and get off those mics from your body. Next panel, please go and get mic'd if you are not mic'd already.
I've just got one screen that's not moving. The holding screen.
Ladies and gentlemen outside, please come inside and let's proceed with our session. Everyone, please settle down. To our ushers, please usher people in. Our ushers, I'd like to request that you usher everyone inside. Everyone, please come inside. Okay, we will now commence with our session. But before I do that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the interns from Tshwane University of Technology. They are interns at Muzweli. Also, I'd like to find out if Sangwon Lim is here from Kaeri. Dr. Chuntawo Tang, Mr. Franz Menkis from Westinghouse. If you are here, please go to the technicians and get mic'd. Okay, that will happen after lunch break, sorry. All right, another announcement before the session is that immediately after the session, we are going to have a media session, and Zakane will lead us to the room where the session is going to be. So all members of the media, immediately after the session, we follow Zakane to a room where the media briefing is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will discuss the readiness of the industry for small modular reactors and pressurized water reactors, PWRs. And it will be led by Professor Bismarck Jobeka, the Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University. And I'd like you to give them a round of applause.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and DDG, chairs of entities, my old friends from the nuclear family. It's good to be here. Again, in absentia, DG Grossi for a very inspiring opening speech. Now, we just recently heard from the captains of industry just before the break. And they have said in not so many words, South Africa is ready for nuclear. Now, if that is true, one of the very key questions that we need to tackle head on is what or which technology are we going to deploy? Because that is one of the very tough choices that we must make. But it's not just a question of this or that. There is a number of considerations that must go into the decision making. The first and foremost issue must be dictated by the need. So we're talking of 2,500 megawatts. How much of that is it going to come from conventional large pressurized water reactor? And how much of that is going to come from smaller reactors, SMRs, as the DG has alluded to? Again, it's not just that simple choice. We need to zoom into these technologies and make certain determinations based on a number of parameters, one of which will be the cost, of course. Because reactor designers will tell you, we're not designing reactors for safety. First and foremost, we design them to generate electricity and sell. That's a fact. But then our friends in the regulator would come and say, but is it safe? So that also becomes a very important parameter. But on top of all that comes questions of, is it compliant with international safeguards regulations? Will it satisfy, will it help us adhere to our international obligations as far as comprehensive safeguards agreements are concerned and other international treaties and conventions? Now, I've already mentioned 3: safeguards, costs, safety. Then, of course, size becomes an issue because then you must look at your grid. Mr. Karolisen here spoke about the back end. Now, it also features into the equation before you decide on the technology, because ultimately you need to deal with the waste. And you need to have the technologies, the wherewithal to handle that back-end waste. Now, if you look at different technologies, of course, they produce different kinds of waste. If you think of a fast reactor, you have a completely different kind of waste type. If you think of our very beloved PBMR, you have a load of graphite waste there. And of course, if you go the route of our conventional light water reactors, you have the cubic waste. But further than that, there are advanced fuel types that would result in a different back-end product. Those considerations must be brought to bear. So to help us unpack these questions, I have a panel of experts here. Minister, you said you need experts to come to the fore. These are the experts. The ones you had before were the captains of industry. They were not experts. Now, these you have here are experts. Now, we start just on my right-hand side is Dr. Vusi Twala, who is the Chief Technology Officer of NRWADI, our Waste Disposal Institute. Can we give him a round of applause? Next to him is Mr. Sengpile Smelani, who is the group executive responsible for research for power industries, right? At NEXA. And the very famous young man.
Young man, yeah.
Young man. The Chief Nuclear Officer of ESCOM, Mr. Keith Featherstone. And to the extreme end, we have Mr. Katsi Mapoto. He is almost a veteran also now in the industry. Our Chief Director at the it's no longer DMRE now. DEE. Responsible for safety and technology. Round of applause. And we're joined on the screen by a very, very, there he goes. Very difficult young man, an influencer, I call him that, but also a civil and nuclear engineer joining us all the way from France, Mr. Hugo Kruger. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Hugo. I hope you've been following all the sessions, but to kick it off, Mr. Simelane, it's been mentioned here that by your CEO that Nexa is ready for business. And the DDG, in fact, showed us in the slides that the transfer of the PBMR technology has been done and completed to Nexa. Now the question is Nexa ready in terms of taking or reviving this technology for potential deployment as part of the 2,500 megawatts mix? And if so, how long would it take you to mobilize?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your question. Just one correction. The transfer of the PBMR from ESCOM to Nexa we're still in the process of doing that. It has not been finalized yet.
Oh, I was reading the slides.
Yeah, but we are hoping that it will be finalized soon. So much work has gone into that exercise, and I can promise you that we think at Nexa that that transfer will be happening soon, and it's closer than people would actually think. So we are currently busy with some evaluations, as it happens with any asset transfer, just looking at doing the business case, doing the due diligence. But we are, as Nexa, we take this challenge of the transfer seriously, and we're looking forward to resuscitating it as soon as possible. In fact, the issue of the country's nuclear energy program excites us even more, because we think that here is an asset that the country has worked so hard on, and it's currently sitting under care and maintenance. And what we want to see happening is to make sure that we leverage on all the pros or the benefits that were gained in the work that was done in the past. Thank you.
So I want to make a follow-up right there. Would it be more profitable or more efficient for us to revive the PBMR, or more, even better, if we were to procure the HTR module from the Chinese, because it's exactly the same technology that has already been deployed? What do you think?
Yeah, so
this is the opportunity to advise the minister.
So one of our key strategies at Nexa is positioning for energy generation leading with SMRs, and the PBMR is one of those. So we see it as an opportunity. We have been looking at what's been happening globally, and we've seen this. We've seen that globally, a lot of countries are moving towards the small modular reactors, and I can actually sit here and tell you exactly which countries are leading, and which technologies are part of the mix globally. And one of those that is there is the PBMR type of technology, and that excites us as Nexa, because we think that we will take advantage of the experience that we have, as I've alluded earlier. Now, our thinking with the business case is that let's look at the assets. That we already have some assets with regards to the PBMR. One of them is the Fuel Development Lab, which was utilized in the past. In fact, at some point, we even succeeded in producing some fuel that passed some test in the US, and we think that we are ready to embark on that initiative. And what we want to do is we're also looking at the programs that we have within the country. When you look at repurposing of coal-fired power stations, most of them are in areas where there's scarcity of water, and these high-temperature gas reactors, which is the PBMR type, would assist us in repurposing those power stations. So now we think that if we were to go back and embark on this particular program, unfortunately for us, we've lost some years which other countries have gained in terms of developing this technology. So it makes more sense for us to identify a partner that we can work with, but this partner will not be prescriptive in terms of what we want to do. We will use our knowledge, and then we will also use whatever that they are bringing to the table to try and roll out this technology.
Sure.
And it makes perfect sense, and it aligns with our strategy, and we think that it also aligns with the national policies.
Sure, thanks. Keith, you have successfully operated Quebec for, as Mr. Marokani said, 40 years. Now, as a regulator, for 9 years, I was part of that process of making sure that you don't mess up. Now, with that very good experience, Quebec is a Generation 2 plant. We said we don't want to be biased to SMRs or large, PWRs, but assuming we go the PWR route, or the mixed route for that matter, and talking for large conventional reactors, and your lessons learned from the experience of operating Quebec, what do you think, looking at the plethora of technologies, EPR, APR, 1400, CAP 1400, you name them, the Hualong, our good friends in China with the Hualong that they are also building. What do you think must be the make or break in our technology choices based on your experience of operating the French designed reactor?
That's a loaded question. Luckily, I'm close to retirement, so there's no career limiting statements here. You touched on something that was important around how we've achieved 40 years of safe operation and being able to get now another 20 years of safe operation, well, that we've got license to do that. And that is the regulator. The nuclear industry is so heavily regulated that any plant that is licensable in the West is most probably easy to demonstrate to be a safe plant. And safety becomes the most important priority where we are. I say it in the way I said it in there, because there are some reactor designs, like what happened at Chernobyl, that would never have been licensed in the West. But any of the good plants at the moment, they are all safe. I don't think you can put a level of safety as an absolute criteria. We have to make sure that the plant meets our requirements from a regulatory point of view, be acceptable and accept what they are there. But most of the new plants deal with all the industry experience. They've brought in all the systems that have been identified as being there to help reduce the level, well, not reduce, but to improve the level of safety and reduce what we call the core damage frequency. As long as we can get the plants to a good level of safety, they are all relatively good designs.
So you think we can deploy the transportable nuclear power plant in the Quebec coast?
What I'm saying is all of the credible designs out there are actually doable. We've got to make a strategic choice potentially of where we're wanting to go. Sometimes I believe a program like nuclear in a country is a strategic decision that has to be made. And it has to be a strategic decision followed by the courage to follow through on it. Like is stated on the PBMR, bringing that back out of mothballs. There must be something that as a country we can leverage in all of that experience we've got. I don't know what it is. But as an operator, I would love to be able to pick up the phone and talk to a Nexa counterpart as a designer or an OEM of the plant and not have to go talk to someone overseas. There must be something in that for us. So from a large plants, a lot of them are out there. The small plants, there are other ones out there. But I think from a regulatory point of view, to go back to that, because everything is so regulated, there's a lot of these SMRs that are still in the talking phase. And they talk a good story, but they're not yet in a regulatory space. The minute you get into the regulatory space, the game changes. Because then it's no longer just talk, then it's a matter of demonstration.
Sure. Let's switch to Mr. Kruger. Hugo, you heard that costs are probably the price of the plant is probably going to be one of the makes or breaks. And here we're talking both SMRs and conventional LWRs. And you have looked at all this. Now you have today a golden opportunity to speak to the Minister of Energy and Electricity. Is it expensive, as they say? You are muted, sir. You're still muted.
Do you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello.
You are still muted. See, technology can let you down. Is he still muted? Okay. Just shout when you are ready. Try again.
I am ready.
No. Right. Mr. Mapot, proven technology. Can you make sure the sound...
Can you make sure the sound... That was a blast.
Can you hear us, Mr. Kruger?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
But we still can't hear you. Is this sabotage? We can hear you now. Yes.
Thank you very much. On the question of cost to the minister, Mr. Rob Adams today said $10,000 per kilowatt of electricity. That's capital expenditure. That is the high ball number, and he gets his numbers from Lazard. And I want to make a statement that I think Lazard's numbers is too conservative. There's three numbers to remember in nuclear. It's $10,000, $6,000, $3,000 per kilowatt. That's what's going to cost, Minister. That's for your, let's say your first reactor would generally come in at about 6, maybe 7,000, and then you get economies of scale depending on how well you build it. Okay, and comes down. In terms of cost per electricity, of per kilowatt hour, it depends on your discount rate, and below a 3% discount rate, nuclear can be competitive with other sources. It cannot be competitive, I'm going to make this point, in economies with low-cost fossil fuels, such as natural gas. Okay, South Africa does not have natural gas. Natural gas has climate implications, so nuclear can compete in the absence of natural gas, and that is usually the risk. In terms of making it the risk manageable, which is what the real cost overruns is, we heard today about localization. I'm going to make a statement to agree with what Mr. Adams said. One of the major risks for cost overruns is a high expectation as to what a developing country can potentially localize. So I'm not against localization, but I say there must be a pragmatism towards it. It's, in my view, much better to buy it like a car, like a turnkey. You tell them to put up the plant, and the vendor must have a risk in the program, so they pay for overruns, so penalty clauses can come in, and localization must be based on pragmatism. We cannot remanufacture and reinvent the wheel. That's a recipe for disaster, and if you want to see that disaster, go to the United Kingdom and see Hinkley Point C. The reason it's so expensive is because they try to merge everything. They said we're going to make it a French-UK project. When you do that, you're going to create a disaster. I would say look at what the United Arab Emirates have done. They've completed the project successfully. 150 South Africans were involved in that. It's a good idea to phone the ambassador in the UAE and say, can you get those guys and tell me how to run this project? Because they helped us manage it properly. Okay. In terms of SMRs, it's a different question. We don't know what they cost yet. I'm going to put a very blatant statement out here. NuScale in the United States was $10,000 per kilowatt of electricity. That's unbankable. France cancelled NUWAT. It's unbankable. China has an operational commercial one. I don't know what the cost is, and I would like for them to give us cost curves. Russia has won the floating nuclear plant. I was invited to visit it some time ago. The cost of electricity being sold over there is not paying for the project itself. I'm not saying this to say don't go for SMRs, but I'm saying the cost that the vendor agrees on has to be the final cost, and we need to be very clear on that. I push back against redoing the PBMR. PBMR
okay, had technical challenges at the time. It would have taken a much longer time to fix it. I would say open up the design, see what we can learn from that, as Keith just said. But I would say if you're going to go that route, I mean, let's face it, China's the only one building it. There's a BRICS project going. And then the last one that is a risk for this project, which needs to be seen in terms of cost as well, is diplomacy. The Treaty of Pinandaba means something. The Russian-Ukrainian war, the fact that there's nuclear weapons in the Middle East, things of that nature. And the vendors, in my view, need to be selected with a geopolitical framework in mind, as the Minister said earlier on, because that will come into not direct cost for the project, but it can impact South Africa's foreign trade. So I put it out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo. I'll come back to you later. But Mr. Mapoto, there's so much being said about proven technology as part of the criteria for selection of which technology we're going to go for. Now, if, as I listen to the body language as I check the body language of the minister, if we're flirting with both SMRs and conventional large water reactors, and he has just spoken about the SMRs not being proven yet, we don't know the cost. Do you think we need to emphasize more on proven technology? Or can we be innovative and think outside the box?
Yes, maybe before I say, let me take the opportunity to recognize Minister and all protocol observed. Indeed, we have to take all of that into account. We did an exercise coming out of the testing of the market in 2020. We went out to test the market to look for what is available out there. And it turns out that technologies that are already proven are actually pressurized water reactors, over-the-shelf technologies, whose prices are actually very predictable. Now, as you can already hear from the cost explanation, what we received on SMRs, it was very high cost, especially on capital costs. But that doesn't mean SMRs are not the future. Indeed, SMRs are the future. We were in the forefront with our PMR technology in the generation 4 kind of technologies. And I think we spent a lot of money on that project. More than 9 billion was spent on it. So we need to claw back on it, get it to NEXA. We are currently working on that due diligence report. Once it is ready, we will know what are the things that we need to leverage out of it, especially the fuel, because our fuel that we produced out of the PMR was found to be one of the best in the world. So if in future we're going to be building a generation 4 kind of technologies of PMR nature, that kind of expertise we're going to have to leverage on. So NEXA is better suited to actually do research and development on this so that we take this thing from the technology readiness level that is required up to commercialization. So if you ask me, coming from that exercise of the RFI, we did a multi-attribute analysis looking at various criteria, and we arrived at an answer that says go for conventional pressurized water reactors. If you were to experiment, you can maybe allocate out of the 2,500 megawatt, maybe 300 to 200 megawatts to SMRs technologies. And this does not matter whether it's a light water kind of a reactor or a high temperature kind of reactor. But so far, the only people that have built HTR in the world are the Chinese. And of course, we've got a floating one in Russia that is called Lomonov. So most of these are still in the concept design. Out of the 240 vendors that responded, or rather, out of the vendors that have responded, they gave us 240 reactors out of the 454 in the world. So that tells you the number of reactors that are still in the concept design, and as it has already been alluded, once we get to the regulatory space, it becomes a game changer. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Twala, I'm coming to you, and this is by no means a way of saying you're the least important. But it is an expression of the fact that your organization is the last born in the family. And Rwadi is the last born in the family. In my previous life, I worked on a project at the IAEA called Carbo Waste, which was in fact led by the British, Chinese, Japanese, but mostly sponsored by the British government. And they were worried about the tons and tons of waste that is produced by the Magnox reactors and the AGR reactors in the UK. And we had to find some technology solutions for waste minimization. Now, given that background and the fact that Mr. Mapoto and others are saying there is a potential for us to have a carbon-based kind of fuel in one of our reactors, say HTR or PBMR, how important it is, the fuel type and the resultant waste type, how important is that a consideration in our technology selection?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm audible. Yeah, let me start by saying good afternoon, Minister, good afternoon, Deputy Minister, all protocol observed. Yeah, your question is quite loaded, considering that these technologies that you alluded to are at the developing stage, save for those that are in Britain, as you mentioned them. But what is important is whatever radioactive waste technology that we will pursue should consider the issue of radiological safety. Whether it is graphite fuel that you mentioned, or light water reactor fuel, radiological safety is key. That technology that would address that should be able to maintain subcriticality, should be able to provide radiation protection through shielding. It should also be able to maintain containment of the spent fuel, whether it is for SMRs or for light water reactors, so that even if there's degradation in the cladding of the spent fuel or the barrier systems within the containment, there is no radiological release. So I know that there is development in terms of addressing SMR spent fuel, and it's mostly predicated on reprocessing and recycling, which features partitioning and transmutation to reduce the volumes of waste and shorten the decay period. All that speaks to radiological safety for all those spent fuels. I don't know if I've covered you.
Yeah, my friend Dave Nichols would say we've kept the Quebec waste for almost, 40 years now in the site. ESCOM has spent a lot of money. We licensed what was called the TISF. the TISF,
temporary
interim
Transient.
transient interim storage
storage
facility.
facilities.
Do we have to rush? Do we have to spend billions of rands in a disposal facility? Or should we actually make it a license condition, which it already is, for the operators to keep that fuel safely as long as it takes on site? Because we now know from Quebec that it's not like we're talking about a fuel load that can fill a football size, one football size, can't even go there. Now, do we really have to invest much in disposal facility, or just keep valve beds for low-level waste and impose on the operators to keep the fuel, the waste safe, on the spent fuel waste on site?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Prof. You mentioned earlier in your opening statement that the manufacturers of these reactors are not interested much in waste management. They are in the business of generating electricity. And actually, the same applies with Quebec. Quebec is there to generate electricity, just like any other coal-fired station as well. So a body like Narwadi has been established purposefully to look at waste management. So I believe there is really no need for Quebec to continue storing spent fuel on site. Because right now they are having serious challenges in terms of storage capacity. Spent fuel is now competing with replaced reactor components such as OSGs. And it's slowly the site itself is slowly becoming a scrapyard, if you like. And it's not supposed to be like that. So, Valpets has been ideally identified as a site for national radioactive waste disposal. But it also includes pre-disposal activities, and that would include storage. So therefore, it is ideal for spent fuel to be removed from Quebec, shipped to Valpets, and enjoy a long-term interim storage while we are developing a deep geological repository, which is meant to be the final endpoint of waste management. And the repository itself, of course, there are challenging issues in terms of its development. It's the cost, it's the size of the facility, and so forth. But there is a technical consideration that you cannot just build a repository and hope to put spent fuel in there, which is still hot. So an interim storage facility like the centralized interim storage facility project that we are busy with allows for further cooling of the spent fuel so that it satisfies the economics of the repository itself. Otherwise, you're going to have a big footprint of a geological repository so that you accommodate hot fuel. But when the fuel is cooler, then the size of the facility gets reduced drastically. So are the economics or the cost of building it.
See, Minister, I told you we have experts here.
Bismarck.
Back to you, Hugo. Oh.
Can I weigh in on that as well?
He wants to rebut the fact that Quebec is a scrapyard.
Yes, let's get to that. It's not a scrapyard. But I think it's also important when we're talking strategic direction of where we're going and we're talking about new build. We cannot see it as in a future that thinking that a power station has to deal with all its waste forever, because if the minute we see that, it will be a non-starter. We have to have a waste disposal place for the waste to go to, whether it's low waste, whether it's the high and the intermediate level waste. We are doing the temporary storage on site because we don't have the national repository yet. That is something we have to make sure we prioritize, because that could be a very big stopper in terms of strategies going forward for new build, because I don't know how we defend continuing the industry if we don't actually have a strategy of where we're going. We've limped along 40 years in terms of South Africa, in terms of not being clear in terms of this waste, and we're still there. So I think this is one of the very important points we need to deal with strategically.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Kruger, you touched on geopolitical considerations, and I want you to be brief, because I want to open the questions for the audience. In our decision to select a technology, amidst the fact that, of course, and the minister knows this because he's a politician, you can be my friend today, but 5 years down the line, we can be bitter enemies. And a nuclear power project, Mr. Carolison said, is a marriage of more than 300 years. Because once you are in, you are in. Now, that poses a number of restrictions on narrows. It narrows really our options on which technology to choose from. Considering the fact that South Africa is a member of the Nuclear Suppliers Group, what do you think are the risks that needs to be considered quite strongly in our decision on the vendor country or the technology itself, which is obviously linked to a vendor country? What risks would be visited upon us, and how can we mitigate them as far as geopolitics is concerned?
Yeah, thank you. So as everyone in the audience should know, South Africa was the first country to voluntarily give up our nuclear weapons program. Okay? And furthermore, we expanded the science to the Treaty of Dalindaba, which basically established the African nuclear weapons free zone. The United States, and from the very granted, and advised the minister, not us saying stuff, is stationing nuclear weapons in Diego Garcia off the shore of Mauritius. I would like for a condition that the vendor, if we select it, if we bring the stuff from the US, that there's inspections on those facilities. Additionally, there's a Russian-Ukraine war. Civilian nuclear infrastructure is being used as ransom, and both sides are making accusations. There's another condition that can be looked at. This is where the Department of Foreign Affairs needs to come in, because I'm too blunt about these things. And furthermore, in the Middle East, the Middle Eastern Nuclear Weapons Free Zone Treaty is endorsed by almost every country in the Middle East, with the exception of Israel and the United States, because Israel has 100 nuclear weapons that's not open for inspection. I would like for those facilities to be inspected, and the IAEA can do it. And there's no reason why we should buy weapons from countries that have dual-purpose applications. I make it very clear. Okay. The second thing is you buy a diplomatic relationship with this reactor. We have a 40-year-long relationship with France. Is that of value? Is that not of value? I don't know. That's for the minister to decide. But whoever we buy from next, it's 40 years at least, 60 years if you do a long-term life extension. And waste repositories, it's for the next generations, 300 years, etc. I do agree with the other speakers. We need to prioritize the waste repository. I don't believe nuclear waste is as dangerous because it decays. It's got a half-life. It's one of the few problems that makes sense to kick the can down the road because it cools down. But eventually, we need to prioritize that as well. So do we build a waste repository expressed in cents per kilowatt hours, even the lump sum? So it is affordable for the country. And simultaneously, we launched a new build. I agree the two problems have to be solved because not treating your waste is becoming a diplomatic problem as well for many countries away. So I would say to the Minister of Foreign Affairs should have been invited to this event as well. The Department of Energy must certainly engage him so that our diplomats can express our nuclear strategy
in maybe a 100-word essay in the Wall Street Journal or Washington Post, so that somebody else doesn't express it for us. Thank you very much.
And now, it's time for questions. If you don't ask questions, I'm going to use the time. I see hands. There's one there. And as the program director has said, you introduce yourself, tell us the institution you represent, and then ask your question. And be brief, because we are very pressed on time.
Rob Adam from the IDC. Thank you very much to the panel for a very refreshingly practical response to questions and very well articulated questions. Just very briefly, in terms of choosing a strategic partner, and we've mentioned PWRs and SMRs, why not buy PWRs but choose your partner in such a way that they could co-develop as an offset an SMR with you? So you effectively kind of bundle the two things into one. Just a thought. Then jumping right to the other side, the safeguards issues with Israel and the US. Look, the US doesn't have to allow inspections of weapons facilities. They're one of the 5 weapon states. The others being France, the UK, China, and Russia. And they don't have to allow that. And Israel hasn't signed the non-proliferation treaty anyway, along with Pakistan, India, and North Korea. They all have weapons, and they won't let an inspector anywhere near them. So just saying. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll take the second question, and then they will respond to your first question. The second one was a comment.
Maybe I'll stand up. It's Vali Pariachi. I represent the AMEU, which is a municipal organization, oldest in the country. But just in terms of authority, I was an ex-ESCOM generation person, was there at the time in the PBMR, also an executive at City Power. Just as a disclaimer, I don't want to negate any of the comments that have been made by the experts here. They are experts. But I just want to give you my comments based on my research on the nuclear arena in the last couple of years. Firstly, I want to focus on the SMR. I think, in my opinion, South Africa, given where its energy landscape is, should be focusing on the landscape, on the SMR technology from the short to medium term. I don't worry where you get it, whether you get it from the West, Middle East, Russia, China, etc. I think all the technologies are workable. It's just a matter of timing. I think in terms of affordability, now the models that Rob has also mentioned are actually, you've got to keep it on the radar, but they are old models. There are new models that are being put in the landscape. And just to get to the point that you could procure only the economic output from a nuclear asset, meaning the electrons, as a country. The capital cost and the total cost of maintenance, etc., could be done by the SMR technology provider or service provider or the vendor, right? So I've had discussions, and you could get, to make it affordable on a win-win situation, you could even get a 25 to 50-year PPA with the new SMR modules, right? So with a 50-year PPA, you could get excellent cents per kilowatt hour. And as you put more modules, the cents per kilowatt hour drops down further. And of course, in terms of refueling all of that, SMRs are excellent. The other key point, which...
And it's the last one.
No, I'm just making a comment. The other key point is licensing. Licensing of SMR is excellent. You only license the first module, right? And that can be done by Nexa. I had some chats with Dave Nichols. Nexa can do that, get that approved, and then for all future modules, you don't have to go through that process, right? So that's, you're saving time. And the other important point.
No.
SMR
No, that's it now.
Well, final point. SMR
No, I'm being judged here. Another one, those are your comments now, and the panel will respond. Let's take another question. And it's the last one.
Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, all protocols observed. My name is Lizzie Mokwalasi. I am representing a private company, Thermotech Engineering, but I am a product of NEXA, a qualified radiation protection officer. So, Minister, we do have the skills and we do have nuclear enthusiasts. My question, more also of a comment, is when looking at which technology to choose, I would also maybe like the panel to look at what we are getting from the vendor. For example, we can bring the technology. Does the technology also come with skills, like equipping the locals with the skill? Looking at the long-term plan, like if we have to increase the grade, increase more megawatts, getting more SMRs into the country. Now, when that time comes, we don't have to still import the technology, but we can have our own locals setting up the technology. An example would be BMW, how we have the BMW plant in South Africa, also such the idea with the technology when choosing. So let it come with skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any takers? Sengpile.
Yeah, no, I'd like to thank the delegates for their questions. I just want to touch a bit on the comments that were made around small modular reactors. And I'm deliberately taking that because as NEXA, we are embarking on a program where we want to be the front runners in terms of bringing the technology through the PDMR and other SMRs as well. If I just look at if I just tackle the last question first, the idea is that we first leverage on what we know in as far as PDMR and SMRs are concerned. The long-term goal is to ensure that we do deploy SMRs within the country. And we cannot sit back and look at the world. And we are very clear, we can see that the world is moving in that direction. The Director General spoke about the ambition of tripling nuclear capacity globally. And one of the leading technologies there is through the SMR. So as a country, we cannot sit back and not do it. And that's the reason why, as NEXA, one of our strategies is to ensure that we lead the way for the country. Now, if we're leveraging on what we have achieved in the past, and then also looking at gaining something from whoever that we partner with, we think that will give us a good solution going forward. The idea is to establish this industry within the country because we believe in ourselves. And that idea also extends to the fact that we will not just welcome a vendor partner that will be telling us exactly how to do things. We want to partner. There's been a lot of talk about localization. There's been a lot of talk about, let me call it industrialization within the country. Now, just want to make one example. If we resuscitate the fuel development, activity within NEXA using what we have already, and then we partner with a vendor who will bring a reactor to South Africa, we can always negotiate and say that all fuel supply will come from South Africa for that particular reactor, and other reactors that will be rolled out in the country in the form of SMR or PBMR type. And then we can also then make an agreement that some of the components, those that we have the capability of manufacturing, we will manufacture them locally. NEXA has that capability in the form of advanced manufacturing. We've done it for Quebec, we've done it for other international projects. So I think, for me, the idea is that there is a great opportunity, and let us not sit and be left out in this bandwagon.
So what you are saying in response to Dr. Rob Adams' question, you agree to the idea of co-development of whatever particular technology we choose, but you put more emphasis on the SMR that are high temperature gas cooled reactor based, because we already have at least the skin in the game by way of the fuel manufacturing know-how. But I'm worried about how much do we still have left? Have we done an audit of, we just throw it out there and say we still have the skills. Have we really done an audit of how many? I've heard the minister talking about Chris Odendaal and his team overseas who are ready to come back. But just here, how many do we still have left, especially on the side of the fuel manufacturing plant?
Okay, thanks, Prof. Yeah, there is a challenge in terms of the skills. What we've seen happen in the past is that our local skill has dispersed globally. They are actually running the nuclear industry out there, and there's been mention of a group of South Africans in the US, in the Middle East, and so on. And we believe that we can try and get them back. But remember when we started the PBMR, we started from zero skills, and we developed that skill space. So the confidence is there that we can resuscitate it and we can get this industry going again. Just one last thing. We're not only just looking at one type of technology, which is I'm sure we are just emphasizing the high temperature gas reactors because that's what we have. But remember, we've been working, we've been operating a PWR for many years. The ESCOM colleagues will attest to that. We also have that particular skill. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Rob, the answer is yes to your question. I think it's time to end it here. Minister and Program Director, the panel is quite adamant that SMRs cannot be discounted from the equation. They need to be firmly part of the decision making. The panel is saying we need to be very cognizant of who our friends are today and who our enemies can be tomorrow as we choose that technology. The panel is saying skills are quite critical. We must continue to build on the skills, because without skills, we are just talking hollow here. And of course, Minister, the panel is saying thank you for the opportunity that you brought us here together, for them to be able to advise you. Thank you, Program Director. And thank you to the panel.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. I know what you wanted to say. Minister, the story of SMRs started in South Africa. That's what you wanted to say. Thank you so much. I have a last announcements before lunchtime. Media members, please, a briefing is going to start exactly at 12:55, which is now. And it is lunchtime. I hope you all enjoy your lunch. Please make sure that you eat and leave space for you to come back and be awake when you come here. Okay. I have to ask those who are joining the panel immediately after the panel session, immediately after the lunchtime, to be here at least 5 minutes before the panel session starts so that you get mic'd. We all need to be back here at exactly 2 o'clock. Thank you. The lunchtime, they're going to usher you where the lunch area is. Minister Tsakane is going to take us to the briefing session, media briefing session. Hugo, you can also have lunch.
Are you paying for the lunch?
Ayad, awuzongibonisa isilungu la sisi. uGeorge siye ku-2 manje lo George uGeorge. Oh. Okay.
Actually, mother tongue.
Has this make sense? Okay, so
Lead from the beginning.
No. Don't do that. I want this sentence. I don't want you to edit.
Okay.
Start one.
Specifications on South Africa's energy policy.
I want this led based on scientific research. Does that mean would be evidence led based on scientific research?
It is. It doesn't say so. This is an easy way.
Come up with the sorry, I'm just busy listening to the audio now. Yes.
We will see in the morning.
Yeah.
It's approved, eh?
Yeah. I'm going now with the French. So it shouldn't be more than 3 minutes.
She said that.
Yeah, which is it's full. Yeah, it should be 10 minutes here. She has already that 10 minutes. Just squeezing that 10 minutes. Just yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah. She said I shouldn't go far. Just be how they celebrate the culture, food, and then maybe the attire, what they wear.
Show me the remote like that.
What's wrong with that?
Party pays tributes. What does that mean?
Where they gone?
No.
When I get into
Why do you pay tribute to Mr. Pida?
Maybe they just put it.
Okay, you can reach in the start if you want to, but I don't want you to edit. I want you to
Let's simplify it. South African Prime Minister says the country is forging an as what is the main energy source, or it's just one of the energy sources? Yes, the energy source to developing countries. So you just say challenges, because now you've said energy to address the country's challenges that have had a detrimental.
No, but there are many challenges.
Oh, right.
But there are many challenges. Okay, I'm saying South Africa's electricity minister, Kgosientsho Ramokgopa, said the country is forging ahead with nuclear energy. You want me to say as part of the energy mix to address, as part of the energy mix to address the country's energy challenges, because these are specific, right? That has had a detrimental impact to economic growth and social welfare, and whatever. He said decisions from South Africa's energy policy will be evidence-led.
Let him say this. When I just jumped to, he was speaking at a nuclear. Let him say. Does he say it in a clip?
What?
This he said that this is.
Yeah, but I don't want to use the clip.
No, then just.
I just wanted to use something else, but I wanted to just give that context of, because he spoke a lot, but I know it's going to be very lengthy. Okay, no, I
the
took
energy
it
policy will be on scientific
based on
research.
what
Yeah,
we
yes.
yeah. See,
Will
now
be
you
based, yeah, our evidence, obviously it's going to be evidence based on the scientific research. Scientific research is evidence based, isn't it?
that's all.
Timakatsu, you're not muted, so I can hear the whole conversation.
Yeah, because
In the
it's like
government
we're
side.
repeating, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the science.
I'm still gonna edit myself. I just wanna. Huh? Where are we? Where are you?
You're not Timakatsu. Don't know if you hear the volume. I can hear your mic and your entire conversation. It's very interesting, but I think, yeah,
Is me to say,
I don't know. Isn't it really? I don't know.
just say health in Johannesburg in the Gauteng province.
So I must specify that.
To specify health in.
Wait. Centurion is part of Swane.
I'm asking. So health in
Swane.
Gauteng is Swane is Gauteng, like it. Yes, so health in Swane on the Gauteng province.
Come back again. You can cut the when solo through edit. Hey, no. Yeah, guys. Thank you. Yeah. I like Nadina. Rababang. Abo.
Any politician went to the hospital for a night vision from somebody that was still alive. What makes it so important that people would actually go to hospital? That's because people are not thinking. Because I can see it, it's open, but it's not, it's just not coming up. Maybe, like I said, like, there's some things that is looking for in this way. And actually, you can say it's that's helping. Tend to something happen. That's the thing you go out of the system, but you not that you go out. When I look at it, everyone will look. Maybe I'm not going to be one. Let's give it a try. Yeah, no, hello. Would you free? Hello. Literally, I'm hours up. They literally say, I find Shimon, the new bill during this. Oh, two dogs. The Mauritius thing. Yeah? The Mauritius thing. Yeah. Okay, it's called. Oh, okay. No, the thing I need. Okay. Layer is and Zanella. The earthquake access. What?
Yeah, say Gqeberha.
Gqeberha.
Nuclear Energy Summit participants, please let's settle down. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are now moving to the next segments of our summit. Actually, the current panel discussions are about the readiness of the industry for small modular reactors and pressurized water reactors, PWRs. And the discussions are going to be led by the General Manager for Corporate Communication and Stakeholder Relations at NEXA, Dr. Nigela Tengimfene. Please, let's welcome her on stage. I'd like to welcome our panelists, starting by Des Mueller from New Energy Developments. Mr. Peggy Ngumalo, Group Executive for Generation at ESCOM. Mr. Gaupalelwi Sansuri from the Nuclear Industry Association of South Africa, NIASA. Mr. Ryan Collier from Rosatom. And lastly, Mr. Franz Menkis from Westinghouse. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize the ministry, Minister Ramokgopa and Deputy Minister Graham-Maré. And I also recognize all the delegates that are here. I guess the morning we've had a good start in terms of the discussions. There's different viewpoints, and I wonder if someone were to say, where are we converging as the industry? And Minister, the decision aid might have been hidden somewhere, but it is up to us to uplift it and make sure that as we talk of the nuclear technology availability, and we also start planning in terms of our readiness. And this is what we're going to deliberate on. And I'd like the panelists to kind of zoom in on all the issues, because we need to start emerging with a common thread in terms of how we're moving forward. And having said that, beside me, I'm with Mr. Ryan Collier from Rosatom. Let's just start, Mr. Collier, in terms of Rosatom global experience. And I want you to zoom in terms of Africa in particular, and what are the lessons that you've learned, particularly on localization?
All right, sure. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Good. It's a pleasure to be here today. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, CEOs, everyone, thank you for the time. Nikawe, always a pleasure. So maybe just a little bit of an update of what Rosatom has been up to in Africa. We've had an office here in South Africa for the last 10 years, and we've signed numerous intergovernmental agreements, memorandums of understanding, and various agreements with African nations. Just in the last year, in fact, we signed 4, so it was Congo, Brazzaville, it was Mali, there was Burkina Faso, and another one. And really, we have expanded our presence on the continent. We see the continent as being one that is starved for energy, and really we've started this journey with countries that want to go towards achieving nuclear. And for you to do that, you really need to focus on things like human resource development before you can even get to localization. Okay. So the MOUs and agreements that we've signed, for instance, have been in terms of human resource development, public acceptance, peaceful uses of nuclear energy, exploring the potential of floating nuclear power plants and small modular reactors. So in terms of localization, I think, we've had, as a company, very good success globally when it comes to localization on our projects. If we look at our projects in China and India, for instance, localization thresholds have far exceeded what we could have possibly imagined. And it comes to a stage where we really only supply components on the reactor islands. So we always work with our partner countries in trying to achieve the highest possible level of localization. I do agree with what Hugo said earlier, though, is you need to be pragmatic and you need to look at what level of localization is actually beneficial to the project. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to try and localize too much on a very small project, you're going to make it very uncompetitive. And that needs to be noted.
Yeah. And what do you say to Dr. Adams' comment earlier on localization and the scale?
I can understand exactly where he came from. I mean, I've been working for Rosatom for the past 10 years, and I recall those periods. And I remember when Mr. Miller over here, and he's probably better equipped to answer that question because he was the head of Group 5 Nuclear Division at that point. And there was a lot of time, effort, and money that were invested into the program and invested into upskilling those companies, to sort of be able to play in the nuclear space. And you put all of that time, effort, and money into it, and if the project doesn't go forward, it creates a serious predicament.
Okay. And looking at South Africa's landscape, are you in a position to say from Rosatom, this is perhaps what you think is most appropriate?
Well, listen, South Africa is a nuclear nation. Absolutely. It's been a nuclear nation for 65 years. Is that Safari 1 now? 65 years?
60.
60 years. So the expertise are here, right? The skills are here. I heard stories of how Kuberg was training reactor operators to be sent to the UAE, right, through a special program because they were stealing all of Kuberg's reactor operators. The skills and expertise are here. I think what really needs to be looked at now is how we develop the industry back up again if we are going to play a serious role in localization, because I think that is actually essentially what was lost.
Okay, so we'll come back in terms of the technology and the funding aspects of it. If I were to turn to Mr. Franz Menkes from Westinghouse, perhaps let's start on the technology that's on offer from your side, and also your lessons learned in terms of deployment, and what South Africa should look into particular as we plan and mobilize the industry and also government in terms of policy.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. You know, being part of a company like Westinghouse is a privilege for me as an individual, because it's really a technology company that doesn't only deliver products, but it also designs them, it creates technology. And I think our AP1000 is a classical example of where we changed the boundaries of how people thought about nuclear and nuclear reactors. And we went to build that in China and in the US, and we have now 6 of those running. That's with you know, record-breaking performances of outages and availability factors. Now, what we've learned from that is that our customers have told us that we also need a smaller one. And we said, how can we take a small SMR to the market in the best possible way? So we base our SMR on all the learning that we took from the AP1000. We use the same components, the same supply chain, the same modular design, the same construction, and that is why we can accelerate. We only launched our SMR in 2023, but next year our design application is already going in for certification. We also have found that you need to align the regulating bodies. You need to align the URC with the rest, and you would see in a lot of publications where we have signed agreements with regulatory bodies. And I think that's one of the skills we have as a company. We have brought technology into existence through this, navigating through design certification and into the licensing framework. And we know how to do it, and we have demonstrated it. So if you would say, what about localization? Because I think that is one of the topics here. Westinghouse has this philosophy of we buy where we build. And in order to make that a reality, we need to develop the local industry. We need to take the local industry with us. But it was mentioned before in this panel today that you can't just bring everything. So you need to use your global supply chain, but use what you can use locally. And South Africa is not unique. All our customers are expecting us to localize. So South Africa's expectations is not unrealistic, and we know how to do that. In the 70s, France called us and said, we have a crisis with oil. We deployed our technology in France, and you can see what a nation they are today. We did it for South Korea, we did it in China. Now we're doing it in Europe. And I'll come back maybe later on to comment a bit more on how we go about developing that.
Okay. And I'm glad you're saying South Africa can name the price in terms of localization, and you'll sign the check.
I would say we can take the reality of what we've learned and we can implement it. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay. And before we just speak just on localization, there's also the issue, and I'd like to hear from the vendors, that deployment or the infrastructure of nuclear technology is expensive to build. From your perspective, how would you respond to that?
Well, nuclear is different from the rest of technology. And I think I wrote here on my note, why are we doing this? Is because nuclear is different. Nuclear is immense potential, but you need to treat it with respect. You need to have the right quality and the right skill on the ground. And that's what we believe is what's needed to make it a success. And our track record with countries have shown that it is possible to upskill a country and expand, and that countries become exporters of technology. South Korea exporting to Baraka is a classical example. How our technology was turned around and finally ended up in Baraka.
So the global experience then says it is doable, and it can be financed.
Yes, absolutely. It is absolutely doable. And again, I think it goes back when you talk about an affordability aspect, right? We acknowledge that nuclear power plants are capital-intensive projects, but they are also long-term projects. They're projects of a vision, a future. It's 60 years. The design life of new reactors, VVR 1200, 3+, for instance, a 60-year design life. So you're designing it to last that long from the very beginning. So your CapEx is in the beginning, and there's various ways to finance CapEx. There's various ways of implementing projects. So I could look at a couple of our projects. For instance, Egypt was done through an EPC plus state export credit, or Ukuyu in Turkey is done through a BOO. But those are sort of two of many different ways to make these projects affordable.
Thank you. Mr. Desmuller, I guess you would have preferred if this was a sort turning.
Sorry?
Sort turning for the nuclear new build.
Yes, I want to make a comment on the cost of nuclear energy. It may be 3 times more than renewables energy, but it generates 3 times more power per year. It lasts and generates power for 3 times longer, and it's clean, reliable power. So the cost of nuclear energy is completely justified with those 3 factors. On the sod turning, and hopefully we have a line of sight of that after this summit as well. Whoops. GP?
No, it wasn't me. No, it wasn't him.
And, but we need to start looking at and preparing our local industry for opportunities. Fortunately, we've got Koeberg life extension programs. We've qualified quite a few companies in a very short time for those projects as well. They're working inside containment with the steam generator replacement program, and that's South African companies that are doing that successfully as well. So we've proven the concept that South African companies can participate in a nuclear build program. But we need a little bit of time, and we need a bit of time for preparation and the qualification of the local industry. You don't show up and say, okay, I would like to work in the nuclear industry. The preparation lead time is quite significant, but it can definitely take 6 months from a conventional organization to 8 months to qualify for the highest level of qualification. And we've done it before in South Africa, and I've done it in 2007 and 8 with the large EPC construction companies, and we were able to localize the first 2 units. We were looking at a 10 gigawatt program. We were able to localize the first 2 units by 33%, the second pair of units by 40%, the next pair of units by 50%. So that's the capabilities that we have in our industry. And a lot of the companies went ahead and got themselves qualified, engaged in international conferences and workshops and training programs. Unfortunately, that program was stopped by the world financial crisis. We got it started again in 2010, and Fukushima put a damper on that. The industry is there. It's fragmented as well. Back in the day, we had the big 5 construction companies. Today, we've got the Agile 50. So we got to start looking at how do we actually work with our industry in manufacturing, engineering, construction, material supply. We can deliver it all if we are getting the right confidence and on the procurement program going forward. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of bad luck with the previous programs, and that's kind of dampened the enthusiasm from the local industry. But this summit is definitely a game changer. This summit is breeding the confidence that we need in the local industry, as well as with the nuclear vendors as well. So bravo to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Gaupapelo Sonsere GP
Yes.
From INIASA. Minister said he wants to lead or we want to provide evidence-based data in terms of whatever we put forward. And in terms of the nuclear new build program, I'd like you to advocate as to why we should do it, but also play with the numbers that it's going, the impact into the economy.
Thank you very much. Let me firstly observe the AMA 2000 and say all protocol observed. And just say that, yes, as part of NIASA, the skills gap analysis and the skills development process is part of our mandate in order to assure and assist government to say that what type of skills and where do we need them and how they can be developed in order to ensure that we have them. And one of the things that we are not appreciating, in South Africa, the nuclear industry is north of 4,000 highly skilled, qualified professionals. I think it's one of the things that we must applaud ourselves, even though that we are not growing as much as we can. And what we did in 2012, we did a gap analysis and in terms of the skills, and we looked from construction and as far as manufacturing, and we saw that if the 9.6 gigawatt was to go, we're looking in thousands of numbers of South Africans who could find employment within the nuclear industry. So recently what we looked into different projects that are happening across the world. One of it is the UK. They are building 3,200 megawatt of EDF technology. We've seen that when you correlate it with what you call the UK Nuclear Industry Association, they were saying that at peak, they were looking at 22,000 employees in that, and 6,000 were at construction sites. And when you look at it, the most fascinating part, 3,600 British companies were involved. That clearly shows that, you know what, a nuclear build is not just an energy project. It's an enabler into the economy. And when you look at 8.6 unemployed South African, we say that, you know, if we're to do even the 2,500 megawatt, we've got a relatively bigger number that we can put in, probably in the margin of 10,000 or more. And then some of them can be mostly locally. And some of the skills have already been developed. We looked also at Egypt, the Rosatom one. You know, when we looked at our projection, they were looking at 28,000 at peak for 4 times 1,200 megawatt of electric. And we said that 85% of them will be local. So when you look at those numbers and you ask yourself that, is nuclear build in South Africa a liability or an economic enabler? I think that's one of the things that you must engage on before you start looking at the money.
Yeah.
Because the fact is that people say, but it's expensive, but it's expensive how? If we were to look at 28,000 people working there, if I just to give you a lean, more closer example at a downward scale, imagine if me, as GP, was to say that I must provide toilet papers for 28,000 workers that will use them every day for a certain period of time. I'm just looking at the debt. So it clearly shows that the numbers are there. But we're not looking at the numbers in South Africa, but we're more looking at politicking the capital cost. But relatively over 10 years, what can this do? Inject into the South African economy. We're desperate for mega projects. You know, 5 years ago, I looked at one of the big 5 construction companies who was bidding for RDP houses. That is how bad it is in terms of construction.
Yeah.
So we need to understand that from NIASA point of view, we are advocating that let's not look this thing as an energy project, but as an enabler. Yeah. And one of the things that will also contribute, the highly skilled personnel that you can get there, that can also migrate into other sectors and assist those sectors also to grow. So in terms of evidence-led, that is how I want to say that, Minister, the numbers are there. And if anyone wants to look at it, we can provide them. Lastly, PwC, They did a study for the Canadian project, 4 times AP 1000. That was commissioned 2023. And I think Poland also did that. We looked at the numbers from tax, GDP, the number of employees, and so forth. And they looked at a 16-year program. And they said that after 16 years, they will be able to sit, the return on investment will be so high. I think that is why now you see Poland, they've just awarded the Korean Hydro and Nuclear Power a contract to build their power station. I'm saying that let's look at the narrative, let's change how we do. Let's engage and look at a person on the street. How can that person beneficiate from a nuclear project, which will be also providing low carbon energy to the grid? That's what I want to say.
Thanks. And the point that was raised by Emmanuel from, thank you, from Synapse.
Yes.
And looking at you, you'll still be around. And what do you say then to what should be done to the younger generation in terms of training and skills development?
In 2014, South Africa did one of the best programs, I must say, through the Graham-Maré, when they sent 50 of our professionals to China for a period of 3 years. I can tell you, some of them have migrated to Sosol and ESCOM, and they're highly skilled. So we need to take leverage of such program, and we need to see that with the nuclear cooperation agreement that we have as a country, and the build programs that each and every Westinghouse is building, Rosatom is building, we need to stay now. If you want to have an operator or you want to have a commission engineer, why don't you take them now to a site? When the commission is there, when you do the same here in South Africa, they will be there. An operator, we don't have to wait. We can start looking on those things. Radiation protection officer, chemistry, those are the people you need when the plant is being commissioned and started. So I think what is important is that let's not close, let's bring young professionals to the table, because I know, and when you look at the nuclear industry currently, is that in 5 to 10 years, some of the the professionals will be consulted, taking this into consideration that when you take the sword, maybe this will be a consultant pointing figure. So Emmanuel might be the one who need to lead that. So young professionals are important to lead. Myself, I see maybe 20 plus.
I thought so. Thank you so much. Mr. Peking Mumalo, is the full name Beku Kukanya?
Is it?
And I'm giving you the new one because thanks to the efforts of you and the whole ESCOM, we are on our 66th day. And I think that deserves a clap. And with that said, I think you've run out of excuses because there's no crisis. And you're not managing any crisis communication either. Just to say from then a utility point of view, what is the strategy in terms of the manufacturing and the role you'll play within the nuclear new build program?
No, thank you very much, Dr. Nikelo. Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen. I think I want to look at it from a different point of view. As a utility, we are in the middle of what is called the just energy transition. And I think it's critical that we are alive to that reality to say we are talking about taking the baseload in the next 6 years of about 6,000 megawatts. So if as we live here today, we are alive to that reality to say what technology will be able to replace that. It's going to be quite a critical thing to say. What we have discussed this morning does talk to the speed to say the country, because we know what happened. That's why I'm referring to the just. I think the other colleagues earlier on spoke about repurposing or repowering the coal station as they closed, with the SMR as an example. So if we are saying, I mean, one station was closed, and we all know how disastrous that resulted for all of us, as a utility, as the government, and everyone else. So that this discussion really need to start to talk to say, but in 6 years' time, what's going to happen to this? Because if you are not going to have any storage, any baseload, renewables, which means you need to build 3 times that. And we know what happened between Tuesday and today with what we are currently having. So it's critical. The SMR, I think we also live from the utility in terms of creating the economic activities within the Mpumalanga space as a start. But then also it talks to the point I wanted to raise is the issue of skills. I heard everyone talking about the skills here, there. I mean, we just, at Quebec, Minister, we were there at the 40th anniversary. We had about 50 people that were also 40 years working at that were about to leave. So it means Quebec need to train for itself first for the next 20 years. We need to train for the next new build. And then we need to also train for the new development on the SMR. So these are the things that we are currently lives in our head, I think. But the critical thing, Minister, is the alignment that we already had between the government and our officials at the Energy Department. That is critical for me, because then we can start to look at this problem holistically through the Napier program. I was quite happy the young colleague there saying there's 50 people that are trained, that are lingering some. So I think those are the people that are low-hanging fruit that we want, given the space now. I think we want every skills that is there. And then the last point I want to touch on is the issue of the supply chain. It worries me. If I look at how globally, everyone is building. You know, are we going to get the crumbs of what is left from, are they going to serve themselves first? These are the things that is really at an experience and a practical level. So that's why I want to also echo what our colleagues, that if we are not going to also invest in the local levels of sustainability, we're going to be waiting for a valve for 3 years because it's going somewhere first. So it's, this issue of things coming local is also critical as well, from the operations and the maintenance space, because sometimes you wait for one part, you can keep the whole unit off for a whole month. And we need to be live to this reality. But the next 6 years is critical. As we retire the coal, is what we are talking about here, talking to that. Or we're going to get again the minister, and we have frustrated communities, we have got employees that are frustrated. So those are the issues that we really need to up the speed a bit in terms of how we are doing these issues and how we are moving forward. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Zainabs, please bring the 50 people forward, active recruitment. And also I'm aware that in March, ESCOM and Rosatom signed a skills development MOU. Is that only with Rosatom? And also, what is your experience in terms of skills development that you've applied thus far?
Yeah, luckily we started with these MOUs, and I think that the minister also signed the MOUs last year with different countries. We've got some of our students that were trained in China, they are in Russia, in France, everywhere. So we will utilize all these avenues as well with our sister utilities around the globe, but it's going to be critical. And I think the last point that I missed, which is critical, Minister, is the public education. I think if we are failing, if we're going to fail to deal with that aspect, if I see people within Cape Town, they're still worried about nuclear. Imagine if we bring it to Mpumalanga. And the levels of education that we need to put in place. Because if people that are closer to Quebec, some of them, they see it every day, they are still got so much worries. So the public education, it's something that we need to really up the game on that. I think this is a good start, Minister. I must appreciate you as well for that, because it created this alignment. But I'm seeing these things and the risk into the energy landscape from a different point of view, to say the skills, the supply chain, and the transition. There is a mismatch there in terms of when we are saying how ready we are we saying, are we ready to retire? Komati proved us we were not ready. We were talking about all the renewables, but Komati still showed us how unready we were as a utility and also as a country to deal with what is coming to us. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I think the last question to both Mr. Collier and Menkes is the whole issue of the funding model, finance and funding model. And from your experience, to say what has worked. we're given numbers and it looked like it has to come from the, from the government purse. What is your experience?
I think it's important to highlight, maybe before we get to that, Rosatom over the last 18 years has commissioned 19 units, right? And most recently in Belarus, 2 units in 2023 of our VVR 1200 technology. That was our first exports of that particular reactor, and there will be numerous more coming online in the coming years. And we have a project in Bangladesh which will come online later this year, right? So if you're going to compare, for instance, the GDP of Bangladesh to that of South Africa, I think it shows that things are possible, right? I spoke about the different financing options earlier, and I think the key thing is to work with the country in terms of how they see it working for themselves. So we're not going to mandate on our partners what we believe would be their best option. We'll work with them, and we would like to figure out how it works for them.
Okay.
How is this? Each project is going to be very specific. The lessons that we've learned in Egypt are different to the lessons that we've learned in Turkey, for instance. Every country is different in Africa. There's a perception that all African countries are the same. It's not the case. You can have 2 neighbors that are completely different, and the way that you're going to implement that project is going to be different. So I think the main thing that we've learned is working with our clients. And for instance, in Nigeria, we've been working with the Nigerians for 10 years, over 10 years, in fact, if I think back to the first MOUs that were signed. And they've worked through the International Atomic Energy Agency key milestone approach, and they are now at a point where they can select a vendor, right? And it's been done in a manner that they can now safely and securely select a vendor. I think when it comes to small modular reactors, though, we need to think about how we are going to fast track that. And I think my fleet of floating power plants, which anyone is welcome to come and discuss with me, is one way of sort of short-circuiting that, and maybe, you know, also taking the capital intensiveness away from a country, right? So we can own the fleet, we maintain the fleet, we take the liability on the fleet, and we give the country or the client, whether it's a municipality or a industrial user, the electrons, which is what they really need.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Menkes?
Yeah, with us it's the same. You know, we will have a conversation with our customer, and we are open for different models. And, you know, it depends a lot from country to country, and also who's the partners in the discussion. But we also listen to the feedback we got. You know, we were commenting earlier, do you build big ones, do you build small ones, do you build Evinci, which is the small micro reactors. And I think we are there where we have so many products that we can sit with a customer and discuss what is really your needs and how can we bring that to the table. Now, our AP300 came into existence because our customers told us that from a financing point of view, this is it's easier for them to get the financing for AP300 than for AP1000. So they prefer if they can buy it in modules in that size, because that fits their business plan, the construction period fits their 5-year cycles. And so we really adapted to listening to our customers, and we will continue to do that as we move forward. So, and obviously if we can localize, we bring a part of the incentive to the country, and that is always a win if you can do that.
Okay. Mr. Mala, from a South African perspective, in terms of the funding model, any?
Yeah, look, I've been involved with the procurement process since 2007. Like many of us in the room have been involved. And financing was never an issue. It came with vendor finance, export credit funding, and that was never an issue or a challenge for South Africa to embark on a program like this. And we established back in 2007 a 10 gigawatt program, and funding wasn't an issue. You know, South Africa was definitely in the limelight of the nuclear industry. We got 2 vendors at the beginning, and then we escalated it up to 4 vendors or 5 vendors that were very interested in South Africa's development program. And that's the confidence that we generated in the industry. Money, as a definition of money, is an idea backed by confidence. If you've proposed a very good procurement strategy, nuclear procurement strategy, and you got the world's confidence behind it, money will come. They will invest in you. But you know, from a local industry perspective, it's somebody said earlier on that the world has got a lot of their own domestic rollout programs and expansion programs of nuclear industry. So they will welcome a local organization, and that again breeds confidence. The EPC contractors that come here won't be the EPC contractors that we had in 2016 when we did the vendor parades and things like that, and we exposed or transparently negotiated those contracts. The nuclear vendors will definitely appreciate local content in here. And that springboards us into other industries, other safety class industries like LNG and hydrogen. Everybody's talking about hydrogen, but nobody's talking about the safety and the quality of hydrogen. We saw what a little bit of hydrogen in the generator did to Medupi Power Station. It could be absolutely devastating. And the nuclear industry, the capabilities in the nuclear industry will lend a lot of support to the expansion of industries like hydrogen as well.
Thank you so much to the panelists. We're not done yet. May I then ask for a round of questions by show of hands? I see one hand from the city. If you could...
People are tired after lunch.
Yeah, but it means you're not off the hook as yet. Dave, you'll be the second one. So nice to
Come,
deploy
Dave.
upwards.
Oh. No rude questions.
Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Shane Pereira from Lesedi Nuclear Services. We're a South African EPC company, one of the main contractors at Kuburg Nuclear Power Station, doing all the modifications, upgrades, and currently with the replacement of the steam generators together with Framatome. Just a comment just on localization. We just come back from London last week, and I'm going to ask you a question now, France. But we just come back from London, and the South African representation was very, very small at a major conference. We go to Russia at the Atom Expo. Again, South African representation very low. We go to France, to the WNE, to one of the biggest exhibitions as well on the nuclear front. Very, very little. I can count on my one hand what representation we've got from here. If we want to be serious about localization, you need to go and see the supply chains in those respective countries to see what the gap analysis needs to be done here in South Africa for us to do something and compare to what they do with their supply chains. Just a comment for everyone. The question for France is, I was very excited to see last week that Westinghouse launched your Hive progressive AI software. If you can maybe just comment on that and how that could fast track the future installation of nuclear power stations, because we can see in China already 60 months is what they're doing. What is AI and the software with Westinghouse going to do to help execute more efficiently? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shane. Is there someone who can give Mr. Nichols a mic, please? It's unlike him to keep quiet. Sorry.
Nicole was trying to keep quiet. I would like to ask, financing was mentioned, and I'd actually particularly like to ask this of Rosatom, because they're the people who've got most export orders in the world. If we strip away all the clever words around it, I am correct in believing that with the exception of the Turkish project, which is a really weird one because it's an IPP project, which is, I think, unique in the world the way it's being done. So I've got two questions. Would you repeat the Turkish project in terms of financing, which is owned by the Russians and is only on a PPA and nothing else? And my second question is, of the other projects that you've done, have any of them been done except by basically as an EPC contract with vendor EPC finance, ECA financing being done? Has anyone done anything different to that? We can have lots of words around it, what it means, but those are my two questions.
And
Nicole, I'll get you later.
And I predicted it was going to be around financing. But thank you so much. Who's going to take the questions or comments?
I think it's...
Yes, there's
I
one.
received a very direct question.
Okay.
Yes. So that Hive software AI is very new. As you know, it was only launched last week. I only had a small briefing on all its capabilities, but we are very excited because we are digitalizing the nuclear industry already for some time. And the outcome that you see here is we're tapping into operating experience from our vast data set of operating plants. And we're starting to make recommendations to customers about maintenance programs, maintenance schedules, inspection programs. But it also starts to impact the design cycle, how you will do the design. So I'm sorry I can't give you a comprehensive answer, but I'm very excited about it because the potential is incredible. And you know, the learning curve is so quick that we can see results in 2 weeks from launching it, and then you can start to analyze it, but you already have the results from the AI calculations. So I think watch the space. It will be very interesting to see how we can benefit the industry with that.
Thank you so much. He also raises the issue of South Africa's absence at major conferences and gatherings. Mr. Ngumalo?
Yeah.
Well,
I can't comment.
No. I wanted either GP or Mr. Ngumalo to take that one.
Yes, I think, one of the thinking from NIASA point of view that we think is part of the intervention is that the South African industry needs to start thinking outward instead of inward.
Yeah.
Because when we started with the 9.6, the issue was to build the industry locally, but we did not see the globalization aspect of it. The reason why we are saying this is because if you are part of the global supply value chain, you don't have to wait for the 2.5. You can start being there, already being there. But by going to those conferences and so forth, it's an opportunity for South African companies to say, how do we step up and be part of the competitive market? And I think as NIASA is one of the interventions that in a very short term, we are going to improve in terms of bringing all the different vendors and say that, can you start taking these local companies with their hands and move with them so that they think outward? I mean, I was so jealous that, not to say that the contract in Egypt, there should have been an opportunity for South Africa, at least 2-3 companies to be there. But unfortunately, they are there. Now there's different projects that are happening, but because we are inward thinking, therefore, that is why even our participation globally is not that much, because we are thinking that we have to wait for government to have a project, then we'll ready ourselves. Unless now the thinking is that go out there, start attending those conferences, start becoming part of the global supply value chain of these multinationals, so that when they do projects, they can tap you. And one of the most recent things, the geopolitics. I told one of my friends, I said, now the logistics has started to be expensive. And local companies are not looking to that. Because there's lots of issues in terms of the geopolitics. Why South African companies don't sit down and say, let's get into this guy, so that if they are not able to supply the West, we'll do it from South African point of view. So I think that is something that as NIASA we are working on, and I think once that pot is cooked well enough, we'll be able to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ngumalo, they're saying we're shy from the global arena. Do you share that?
Yeah, no, I fully agree that I think the participation is quite critical. but he put it quite correctly, especially from our own local companies as well, because that's how they can get to these networks. You know, from ourselves, I think we do a lot of utility to utility benchmarks as well, especially here in the nuclear space. So I think it's something that we are keen to continue doing as well. Yeah.
However, things can be upped a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, definitely.
All right. And
all right,
so it's up to you now.
Yeah, I will answer Mr. Nichols' questions. You're correct, Dave. The Turkish project is rather unique. Whether it would be duplicated or not depends on our prospective partners, I suppose. What I can say is...
Would you mind indulging us a bit as to how unique was it?
It's, as far as I understand, the only BOO or IPP model nuclear power plant currently contracted. I could be mistaken, but as far as I know, it is.
Okay.
Traditionally, they are mostly financed EPC with some sort of export credits or state-to-state financing or vendor financing, but they are in general owned and operated by the countries in which they're built. I think what may be different and what we may see with small modular reactors, on the other hand, is something more along the lines of BOO. Particularly on the fleet of floating power plants. We've got another 4 going to the north of Russia. So we've got Academic Lomonosov, which has been producing power since 2020, and we're sending another 4 100 megawatt units, and they are going to a private gold and copper mine. And essentially, we are going to be operating those, maintaining them, just like we do Academic Lomonosov, and we're going to be selling electrons. And I think from a global perspective and from an African perspective, the floating power plants really do make sense in that regard. And they are IPP models.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mueller, you will be the last one. Any thing or two to add?
On the financing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I had my say about financing, and there's various options in the financial sector. A lot of us have looked at it for a long time, and as I said, in 2016 we had the vendor parades and things like that. We saw the offer and we drilled down into the bankability of this. And the bottom line is that the country that is procuring the nuclear industry has got to be bankable. And I was recently at a conference or a summit in Kenya, and Kenya and Ghana and Nigeria were there, and they were presenting their strategies, and a couple of the nuclear vendors were there, and the US was there as well. And the subject of bankability and finance is also applicable for those countries as well. They definitely are newcomers to the nuclear industry. They've got a hell of a lot of work to do to attract the confidence from the nuclear vendor countries. And they are doing a great job at doing that. Just a point that I want to make on the opportunities for SMRs. If we wait till a commercial model or a proven model comes out to start engaging that SMR vendor, if we don't build our own SMRs here in South Africa, but if we are looking at importing SMRs, and if we wait till they've got a commercial model available, they could have a 10 to 15-year order book already. We are coming into the loop too late, and a lot of countries that have ambitions for SMRs are definitely going to be challenged with that wake-up call too late.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mickens?
I wanted to comment on something. We talk about timelines. You know, our CEO, Patrick Fragman, is now talking to our customers and say, when we engage for 100 years. That is the timeline that you need as a customer need to have in mind when you engage with us. So, so when you pick the technology for South Africa, pick a technology and think of 100-year relationship, whoever this is, and make it worthwhile. And then the last thing is pick the best new generation capability that you can get, because you're going to be with this for many, many years. So that would just be a closing comment. And I think that will really ignite us into technologies that's available on this continent that will take us into the future. Thank you.
Okay, GP,
Yes.
the young one. Take us to the future.
Yes, I think I've passed by a margin of 2 from the young one. So I think one of the important things is that going forward also, we need to be part of, you know, strategic partnership and collaboration globally. And if South Africa, we don't do that, and we must do it firstly, we need to go back to the 2012 and do a gap analysis for the 2,500 and look from a small scale to say that how do we take this one and move forward and look into the future and say 20 years from now, our partners might not be 1, might not be 2. And one of the things that we are saying is that the Egyptian contract is done by Rosatom. They've contracted the Koreans. So nowadays it's about partnership. I noticed even 2 days ago, the Kgosientsho said to the Americans, we must start building power plants together, so that now we don't find someone doing it alone. So strategic partnership and collaboration is what NIASA is saying. Let's move with that. Only for then, South Africa will move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me thank the panelists. Thank you so much for your insights. Minister, Deputy Minister, the ball is in your court. We are ready. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are doing quite well with time, and I'm impressed. Minister, you see, the nuclear industry people, they're very good with time. We are now going to discuss the non-power applications. Mr. Jabasha said he doesn't like to say none of something. I don't know, can we term it something else? Huh? Industrial applications. That includes the medicine? It doesn't. It does. Mr. Chabash? It's a medical industry. Okay, all right. I accept. Remember, I go out there and say these things, and if I say them incorrect, I'll tell them Kiluna. Are you ready? I'd like to welcome the next panel of speakers, led by Ms. Larato Machaye, who is a Chief Director, National Liaison Office at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Please give her a round of applause. The next one is Mr. Thabo Tsilane, the Managing Director of NTP. The next one is Professor Michael Bairu from ARC. The next one is Dr. Maria Owali Fernandez from NIMISA. Professor Nozipho Nyakale, the chairperson of Numeri. Mr. Harold Jansen from SAIW. Can we have one extra chair, please? Venue organizers, please, can we have one extra chair? There is a chair here, behind. Yes, the comfortable one. And the last one is Mr. Sakile Ndaweni, Senior Manager, Groundwater Planning, Department of Water and Sanitation. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you, Program Director Princey, the Princess of Quebec. And now, delegates, maybe let me start first by the greetings to the Minister, the DM, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, executives, chairpersons, labor representatives, all associations represented here, our international experts, officials from the different departments, and as well as the experts and my esteemed panel. Now we are about to shift gears a little bit. We are now going to talk about nuclear and power applications, what we also call nuclear science and technology applications. Now, why are we doing this? You would have heard when the program director was talking, these are different sectors represented here, and you are wondering, how come the department that is now mandated to look after energy security is now with NEMISA, is now with the Department of Water and Sanitation? How does that come by? So it comes by that in the 1990s, when we signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty, we had to commit to using nuclear for peaceful applications. And by so doing, it meant that we must increase our use of nuclear technology in different sectors to not only look at the peaceful uses, but also to address our socio-economic needs. Ministers spoke about transforming the economy and as well as improving the dignity of our people. This is exactly that. These are industries that are booming, that are really having innovations, new technologies, and now are being represented by looking at nuclear technology as a new alternative. I'm talking about using nuclear techniques in applications, which Prof. Bairu and Dr. Wali here will talk to. We'll talk about applications in health. Mr. Tselane will talk about the productions of radioisotopes, and as well as Dr. Nyakale will talk about what they are doing at Graham-Maré. And Mr. Sakile will touch on water management. This is something that ordinary South Africans don't know, that radioactivity monitoring or the use of water, of nuclear technology for water quality is being used. So, and as well as in environment, right now you had the DG of IAEA talking about capacity building, providing technical assistance to us. What is not represented here is the use in environment. We are using nuclear technology to monitor or assess plastic pollution in marines. So this is quite a huge areas that we are involved in as a department. It's cross-cutting, it's helping us to collaborate with other departments. But then with that said, I would like to go to my experts here, starting with Mr. Thabo Tselane. There has been some discussions earlier on, and we even heard from Prof. Chivas saying that in this 20% market share of your production of radioisotopes, he's coming for you. So can you tell us, as one of the top 4 suppliers of radioisotopes, what is NTP's strategy in terms of increasing the market share in Africa, in the African region? GP spoke about being outward looking. We are so much looking at ourselves. How we know that the region is struggling in health. There's major investment coming that way. Strategies are being developed. What are you going to do to seize the market, to increase our footprint in this area?
Thank you, and thank you so very kindly, moderator and program director. Also, let me acknowledge the presence of the minister and deputy minister, all protocol observed. Of course, competitors and collaborators also in the same boat. Perhaps just because many people might not know what NTP is all about, perhaps let me sing for my lunch, because that's where I get the pay, just to indicate what NTP is doing. One, we are a global manufacturer. Underline the word global. We are a global manufacturer, manufacturing here in South Africa, but we're marketing our products and selling them in the global markets. And we manufacturing 4 products. One of them is called molybdenum. The other one is called iodine, and the other one is called lutetium. But we've got all other FDGs that we are manufacturing at our site in Pelindaba. I'll talk about where Pelindaba is shortly. But what these products are used for, I think it's very important that we tick that box, that they are used for cancer diagnostics. Some of them are used for cancer treatment. And there are many other discoveries now for cardiovascular diseases and respiratory diseases. So I thought I should just put that picture first so that we can know from which platform I'm talking from. And then the next issue was talking to the point that the moderator asked about our footprint in the African continent. I think when I said globally, it means Africa is included in that process. But charity begins at home. I think we've got a very well-established nuclear medicine sector in South Africa. And if you look at the whole African continent, you look at the southern part, very well-established. You go to the northern part, Morocco, Egypt, Libya, Algeria, very well-established. But the rest of the African continent, that's where we've got challenges. And that's where we start aiming at. I'm not aiming at my competitor from Itamba Labs. I'm aiming at the African market so that we can get our share there. We will collaborate and partner. GP was talking about strategic partnership and collaboration. We will partner and collaborate so that we can go and conquer the African market and the global market. So the biggest challenge that we are having
in terms of moving into the African continent. We tried several times. We're not going to give up now, but the biggest challenge is the infrastructure. There is no infrastructure in the African continent. If you look at the 350 imaging cameras that are there in the African continent, 55% are there in the north, 33% at the bottom, which is us, Namibia, and Madagascar. The rest of the African continent, in some instances, is zero. And you can make your maths between 55 and 33, how much is left. That's the rest of the African continent. So we've got that burden of moving into the African continent because there is no infrastructure, they don't have personnel, and we have the physics coming in, the issue of half-life versus shelf life, which means some of them, though they are labeled products, but when you take them to African continent, they can't be used because of the shelf life. So there are those kind of challenges that we are having into moving into the African continent. But charity begins at home. I think at home we are sort of sorted, if I have to use that word. Each and every province, there is a nuclear medicine center. I'll just give you just a flavor of the South African landscape. We've got about 400, more than 400 public hospitals and around 200 private hospitals. 14 in public. 400, 14 in public, they've got nuclear medicine. Let's go to the private, 268. So you can do your maths and see the challenge. So the private practice, I think, is what is literally lifting us up, because the public sector, you can see 400 and having 14. Nonetheless, you don't have this kind of picture in other countries. So for South Africa, I think we are sorted. That's why I refer to that way, that we are sorted in South Africa. The challenge is how we move up where there is no infrastructure, where there are no resources, both human and equipment to do imaging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tselane. But then what would be your advice to us as the department, as government, as the IAEA, to say that we are having these challenges, how can we address them in terms of access? Obviously now your products have to go into the region, and now you have spoken about locally our challenges, but how do we have now partnered with the IAEA. They are trying their best, but what would you say to the department that we should look at to assist the situation?
Quite a very interesting question. But I'll start this way. We are physicists in business, which means what we manufacture, we must sell. Now, if I have to advise the department, if you can buy and then donate, we're free to deliver and donate if you have buy. But that's from a pure business side, right? That's from a pure business side. But if you look at exactly going to the question that you asked, it needs a lot of partnership and collaborations. And the IAEA coming in with the program called Rays of Hope Cancer Care for All, we think it will be part of the solution, but not the only solution. We have seen when we try to assist that we are caught in a catch-22 situation. Most of the people in the African countries come to South Africa to train, but they've got no facilities to go back to work, so they stay here. Then we've got a very interesting problem. And the politicians know how to really, I'll leave it to Dr. Ramokgopa and to handle it. But for us, it's a very big problem that, yes, we train them, they don't want to go back home because there is no infrastructure at home. So we've been trying to assist in some instances. I'll quote 3 countries. We went to Ghana. We did the first prostate treatment in Ghana using our own resources, because we are saying there's been a lot of diagnosis happening there, but there's never been a treatment. So we went there to Ghana, did 4 cycles. If I can just give a ballpark, 1 cycle is about 50,000 per dose. So if you do 4 cycles, you can do the arithmetic. So we have to go there 4 times, right? But the issue was just to plant a seed. When we did that, Uganda said, no, we also want the same treatment that you afforded the Ghanaians. When we were in Uganda trying to do at least 1, the Nigerians said we want the same treatment. So there is a need, there is a demand, but I think the infrastructure, and especially the funding to help this program, is not there. So we're hoping that government-to-government discussions, so that if that can be an advice that we give, government-to-government discussions, but we are business, so we're really working for our lunch every time. That's why I started with the commercial side of our business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tselane. I will leave you with your lunch. Let me go to Dr. Professor Nyakale. Mr. Tselane already spoke about or touched a bit on the Race of Hope initiative, the one for Cancer for All. And you have recently launched the Numerai Institute, the Nuclear Medicine Research Institute, next to Steve Biko. Infrastructure. And you know, we are noting a prevalence or an increase of cancer cases in South Africa, in the world or globally. The IAEA mentioned that in 2020, we had about 19 million new cases of cancer. And around 2040, we'll be having almost double of that, around 30 million. So what do you think, you as an anchor center for the Race of Hope initiative, how will you assist South Africans, or how would you make nuclear medicine more affordable or accessible to ordinary South Africans? Because we've heard from Mr. Tselane, there are, like you said, 400 odd hospitals, and very few have nuclear medicine infrastructure. We know that Prof. Chobeka is trying to have a medical school at the university because there isn't one in the Northwest. So, and we know that people are traveling like 400 Ks to just access some nuclear therapy or radiotherapy infrastructure here in Pretoria. They have to go back home after having that therapy. So how are you guys going to assist the ordinary citizens to access that technology or treatment?
Thank you very much, Chair, and I acknowledge the Minister and Deputy Minister and all protocol observed. I also would like to acknowledge our CSO. I saw him in the crowd somewhere for Numerai. Okay, so I think I just want to start by saying that, you know, I heard Mr. Tselane say there's a few nuclear medicine departments in many hospitals. It's only catering for a few. And that speaks to something that I experience quite often, is that when somebody asks me what I do, I say I'm a nuclear physician. And then they say, what's that? Inevitably, it's almost like a question I anticipate. I know they're going to ask me what's that. But that speaks to exactly the question you're asking, which I'm quite passionate about, actually. It means that not everybody gets the access to nuclear medicine, meaning that they don't even know what it is, that it exists, and so on. And that's because it is just not available. And I think an initiative like this is great because as a clinician, the side effect of nuclear build is a benefit for health. Because as much as we may put in departments everywhere, we still have to get supply from people like Mr. Tselane. And with our products, it gets a bit challenging because the half-lives and all that stuff that we experience, it means that in some areas, they will not be able to get the same radiopharmaceuticals that the central areas like Gauteng have, because all the plants are here and everything is here, all the production is here. I work right now in Durban, and everything has to be flown there. All the labeled radiopharm, like your PET tracers, they have to be flown there. So it's important that we look at that part as well, the production part, in terms of making it available. As much as we're going into Africa, South Africa also still has a bit of a disadvantage. But in terms of giving access to the everyday person, I do think nuclear medicine has been regarded as one of those tertiary, quaternary specialities that nobody knows about. And as a result, because it's been so spoken of as so specialized, instead of coming down to the regular person, it's not available. And the things that we can do should be accessible even for GP practitioners to be able to order. They should be available in level 2 hospitals so that, you know, everybody can go and access those facilities. And the challenge with that is that then you don't have the facilities available. So it is important for practices like, for institutions like nuclear medicine research infrastructure, that we have something that's important in our country, because what that, I don't know if many of you know about it, but what it does is that it starts nuclear medicine from the very beginning, from developing radiopharmaceuticals right up to animal research, and then translating all these things into clinical practice so that everybody can access that. So if we can get a situation where radiopharmaceuticals are produced at a more cost-effective level, because right now, as much as they were saying cost is not a factor, I'll get into that now, but it is costly. To produce nuclear medicine drugs is very costly, and as a result, it becomes very difficult to give it to patients and to make it accessible. So the only thing that people don't realize is that sometimes we look at cost in a very narrow way. And with a practice like this, if you can think how much impact you can make with the radiopharmaceuticals that will be developed from institutions like NUMERI, you would realize that you could bypass so many other aspects, which means you're actually saving money. So we never look at it from that aspect. We look at it directly that, okay, lutetium that you mentioned costs 50,000 per cycle. But then it saves you from having to give chemotherapy for all those many cycles, which can cost 100,000 per cycle, per injection, and so on. So it's actually quite a thing. So I think research and development, making sure that we have accessibility. Level 2 hospitals have nuclear medicine, and it's not regarded as this fancy little thing. General practitioners must be able to refer. I mean, you can even detect very tiny fractures that normal imaging cannot access. We can treat cancers, and with the collaboration with international institutions like the IAEA with the Rays of Hope, then we have the ability to come together, collaborate, and make sure that our cancer treatments are up to par, targeted the way they're supposed to be. And everybody gets reach of these things, because then the cost can be lessened by developing radiopharmaceuticals at a more effective and low cost. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nyakale. I think Mr. Telani has said that very well. Would you both agree with me that we need to intensify our education around this? Princess, you have another role to play in promoting nuclear science and technology applications now.
Maybe another princess.
Yes, or another princess. Are you going to have to give us another princess? Now we move to the agricultural application. Minister spoke about going to the IAEA General Conference next week, and we know that there will be a scientific forum that will be focusing on the Atoms for Food initiative. That is mainly looking at the different applications of nuclear techniques in agriculture, and we know that ARC is very big in this area. Prof. Bairu, can you tell us, with regards of issues around climate change, food security, how do you see nuclear technology contributing to this?
All right. Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. And it's safe to say all protocols observed. Yeah. With nuclear technology, in the morning when we just came in, somebody just quizzed me briefly about the date, and my simple answer was, this forum will not just tell us a lot about nuclear technology, but the first fundamental outcome that I would expect from this forum is that it would go a long way in changing our perception of nuclear technology. Because we all know when the word nuclear is mentioned, just people are terrified. For example, in an agricultural sense, we use nuclear technology for various applications, can be categorized into 4 or 5 aspects. The first being breeding of crops. Using gamma radiation, we radiate seeds, and then we evaluate those seeds in the field. And then we select and identify crops that are drought tolerant, salinity tolerant, insect pest tolerant, hyperaccumulators of micronutrients, yield, and et cetera, et cetera. So it depends on what quality that you need in your breeding space. Through this technology, when in line with the introduction that I started, they use nuclear technology to breed rice in Asia, and they found a very highly nutritious, high-yielding rice cultivar, and they made the matter more complicated by calling it nuclear rice, and then nobody wanted to touch it. But nuclear technology doesn't really do anything rather than altering the chromosome arrangement, or maybe doubling the chromosome or tripling the chromosome number of the plant, thereby enhancing certain traits. For example, if there is a resistance factor in one gene, by doubling that chromosome, you're literally making that plant more robust rather than there is nothing that comes, no foreign gene, no GM, no nothing that comes from outside. So that's the first aspect that we are busy with in the ARC. The second most common application is in food safety. We all know how important it is for our trade, especially in our fruit exports. One has to be 100% sure of phytosanitary measures are in place when we export or import biological material from abroad. So radiation technology is one of the technology that we use to make sure that whatever is imported or exported is clean. Also, not only from that angle, but from a food safety point of view, even residue, we have a residue lab in our own support lab. Whether it's heavy metal or other unnecessary carcinogenic compounds, you can detect those through isotope technology, the residues in the food. You can detect residues and kill microbial contamination in the food using radiation technology, which is part of a nuclear exercise. Other important application is in agriculture, especially with the climate change. Now we're having lots and lots of different pests and pathogen infestations. Staying with pest infestations, if you have insect pest infestation that affects plant or animal health, what we do through radiation technology is that we bring that insect pest of importance into the laboratory, and we rear them into hundreds of thousands, in some cases in millions. Then we treat those insects through radiation technology so that they become sterile. They are non-reproductive. Then we release those back into the environment in a safe way without affecting the environmental balance. But that way, because they're going to go and mingle, have boyfriend, girlfriend among themselves, but they would not be able to reproduce because they were systematically sterilized. So that is the other application. So in line, the fourth and also most common application that we do in the ARC with the help of IAEA is in our animal health, especially in the zoonotic diseases. You know, those diseases that transfer from from animals to humans, like your rabies, valley fever, cat scratch disease, whatever they call them. You know, all of those pathogens, diseases, you can detect and prevent them through nuclear technology using PCR-based technology. You know, this technology, colleagues, it came to our help when COVID came in. So the COVID virus detection technology was a derivative of the same technology that has been used for years for detecting of those pests and pathogen. Moderator, last but not least, as far as the climate effect and agriculture application is concerned, is on soil health. You know, through erosion, what comes with erosion as well from previously areas affected by nuclear effects, whether it's all the nuclear wars or all the nuclear waste. We use radioisotope technology to monitor our soil health. Also to monitor crop nutrient uptake. If I do remember reading one article a while back where in Benin, by simply monitoring using radioisotope, in 10 years and modifying their fertilizer application rate, within 10 years, they were able to increase their soybean production from just over 55 tons to more than 220 tons. So I think I could go on and on because this is an area that I work a lot, but what are we doing maybe to just bring the audience up to speed is that currently, with the help of the IEA and the National Department of Agriculture, we are establishing a specialized mutation breeding laboratories. I'm glad to announce, I didn't tell you, we received the consignment yesterday of all our equipments that are donated from the International Atomic Energy Agency. So, Minister, whoever goes, I think, say thank you to IEA for us. Thank you, moderator.
And thank you, Prof. You just reminded me, with this program, Minister, of the IAEA, our companies got a donation of about 15 million worth of equipment in the year 23-24, just by participating in this program, just by using nuclear technology. So there's a lot going on. And Prof, just tell us, in terms of all the research, the work that you are doing, and you mentioned the Department of Agriculture, are they also considering this as alternative solutions, using nuclear technology and taking that information, informing the policies and so on? Like it was spoken about in this morning, that we're looking for evidence-based information to support our policy decisions.
Yeah, yes, moderator. As I said in the beginning, it was not a case of not utilizing it. The first technology that humankind copied from nature is mutation. So we have been doing mutation, I think it's close to 100 years of technology. It's not a new technology. Even some of our most best-selling citrus cultivars in South Africa are product of mutation breeding technology. But so often, because of public perception or how it is done, it's not, people don't really want to associate it with nuclear technology. But the ARC or the Department of Agriculture have always acknowledged the importance of radiation technology in breeding. We've always have radiation center in our Stellenbosch campus. Every year we would send seeds there, we radiate it. Yeah, even now, I do have a PhD student who's doing radiation-based technology to develop high-yielding, climate-resilient sorghum cultivars, I think registered with Northwest University. So that has always been there. Maybe I must also report and acknowledge that when I reported this IAEA support that we have, the department also bought us a flow cytometer that would allow us to trace where genetic change has occurred during the mutation, which costed us around 1.7 million rand. So that is also not only acknowledged, but they are also supporting. IAEA gives you the equipment. The National Department of Agriculture covers all operational expense as well as the personnel and salary expense and the bursaries that comes with it. So yes, I would say they are not only aware of it, but I think they are doing it, but I'm not sure how much it is publicized. That's the point. I think maybe it's the communication is where one needs to work on.
Okay, I think that is well noted. Dr. Whaley, I think Prof's touched a bit on, promoting intra-Africa trade in terms of taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, noting that unsafe food will lead to loss of opportunity to the region for trade, and we want to have equal partners even globally. So tell me, what are the elements that we need to consider in terms of nuclear technology to encourage fruit trade in Africa? What are you as NEMISA doing with regards to this?
Thank you, Lerato. Can everyone? Yes, you can. Okay, great. Minister, Deputy Minister, it's a really great moment for me to be in the presence of our state representatives in real life. I don't know about the rest of the audience, but it's a first for me. So it is a real pleasure to be able to be here. So yes, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement is one of the African Union's flagship projects. And there's a huge focus on agriculture and food production. So currently, Africa's agricultural trade, 20% of that happens intra-regionally. But they expect with the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, when those import tariffs are dropped, that should increase by another 20 to 30%. Now, with that kind of frictionless trade, to succeed, it has to rely heavily on the testing capability in the other countries, and that they've got proper food control frameworks at national level that ensures that food is being tested so that when it reaches another African country, that you can have confidence that it is safe to consume. Right? So I think Mr. Nkumalu mentioned managing public perceptions. If you have nuclear power stations, for example, you want to be sure, as the person living next door or as the person consuming the food that was produced around a nuclear power station, that it is in fact safe to eat. If you want to manage that perception, you have to do testing. That testing has to be reliable. So I know in South Africa, we do regular testing and monitoring of food, water, and soil around the Koeberg power station, and that gives people comfort that it's safe, and the water is safe, and the food I'm eating is safe. So the same applies for any food that's produced in any country in the case of nuclear power stations. I just had to bring it back because, you know, our whole audience here is talking about nuclear power. You do have to manage perceptions, and the same applies within the free trade area. If we want to start eating food produced in Ethiopia, Tanzania, in the South African market, we need to have that confidence that the testing is reliable. So South Africa's food production industry is largely self-regulating. Nobody thinks twice about the product on the shelf. You assume it is safe to eat because you know there's testing done. So now in the free trade area, we want to have that same confidence. So to achieve that, there's a very nice project through the IAEA, and that's why I'm sitting here today, because I'm from the National Metrology Institute. And maybe I have to sing for my lunch as well. Metrology is the science of measurement, not weather forecast. It's derived from the word mettre, the French word, which means to measure. We maintain the national measurement standards for South Africa. And this is important for you as well in the nuclear energy sector. My kilogram must be the same as your kilogram. My amp must be the same as your amp. My kilowatt must be the same as your kilowatt. And in the construction industry, my Newton meter must be the same as yours. When our measurements don't agree, things fail. And that's why we need to make sure all our equipment that we make measurements with are calibrated. So NAMISA, remember that? When we talk about measurements, you must think NAMISA. We maintain those national measurement standards, and all calibrations that get done in this country are traceable to the international system of units through the National Metrology Institute of South Africa. So we are fortunate within this IAEA project, which is all about enhancing the human and analytical capabilities for food safety testing, to be the national project counterpart. And we are coordinating the activities in South Africa between the food safety stakeholders. So that's the Department of Health Food Control Laboratories, our Department of Agriculture, National Quality Assurance Services, our ARC, Onderstepoort Veterinary Research, that does the meat surveillance monitoring program, and then also NEXA, that's producing the radio-labeled isotopes. So within our South African group of stakeholders, we are working in this project with 35 other African countries in what is called the Africa Food Safety Network. And it's all about getting all the mandated monitoring and inspection laboratories to be testing and producing reliable testing results using nuclear techniques, for example, the radio-labeled receptor assays, and that's for screening for contaminants like mycotoxins. You've heard about the aflatoxin in peanut butter recall recently. That's the fungus that grows on the peanuts, and that ends up releasing toxins which you can actually die from. Zambia actually had 400 dogs die from eating contaminated animal feed. So testing becomes very important for your health and safety, but also for trade and perception, because now nobody's going to want to buy feed from Zambia, for example. So it's all about making sure that those test results can be reliable and credible. So this is we're already into the 4th phase of this project with the IAEA, and it's a joint project with the UN Food and Agricultural Organization. So it's all about making sure that the labs in Africa can get to a point where the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement can succeed, and it's also about achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal for food security. Because at the end of the day, we can feed ourselves as long as we've got those controls in place to make sure it is safe. So there are nuclear techniques. I mentioned receptor assays, but there are others that you might not be aware of. For example, isotope ratio mass spectrometry. That technique allows us to distinguish between fake and authentic foods. Olive oil, honey adulteration, your alcoholic beverages. This is not necessarily going to kill you, but it's going to hurt your pocket. And Africa has unfortunately been the dumping ground for a lot of fake goods. And if you want to check if food has been adulterated, and it includes things like fish and meat as well, you actually can use a technique called isotope ratio mass spectrometry. Now, the last or the current phase of this project involves all these Africa Food Safety Network of laboratories doing drug depletion studies that will use radio-labeled isotopes. So the World Health Organization has got, like, as one of its #1 priorities is looking deeper into antimicrobial resistance. So the way in which we are using nuclear techniques here to manage this or to evaluate this is we are using all these, especially the veterinary residue laboratories. We will feed the animals with radio-labeled isotopes, and we will monitor how long it takes the drug to move through the animal, because you need to make sure that the drug has been released out of the animal before you slaughter it. It's a fact that people get sick, animals get sick. And if you're in the farming industry, you know they're going to get sick, and yes, they have to have medicine. But the important thing is to make sure the medicine is out before you slaughter the animal. So there are constantly new drugs on the market, which people are using, sometimes not responsibly. And people need to make a living, so they slaughter animals ahead of schedule. When we eat meat or poultry that contains antibiotic residues, we are exposed to those antibiotics, and it accumulates over time to the point that you are resistant to that drug. That means later on when you get sick in life, none of the antibiotics is going to work on you. And that is why it's a priority for the WHO to know that this is being monitored and managed carefully. And we can do that using the radio-labeled isotopes to monitor how quickly the drug will move through the animal. We can do the same with pesticides. You can use radio-labeled pesticides on crops, and you can monitor how quickly the pesticide moves off the crop, and then you can harvest. And that's very important, because when you trade, when you're over the residue limit, your consignment is destroyed. And if you think of that implication, anybody who tried to grow their own cauliflower or tomatoes during COVID, you know how long it takes to grow something. So you have to be careful with the pesticides you use, so that at the end, when you transport it, you're trying to feed 100,000 people, that whole crop is not going to be destroyed because you did not responsibly use the pesticides. Okay, so that's just a very small example. If I may, just in 1 second, to all the students out there, we are just touching on small examples of peaceful nuclear technologies. I suggest you all sign up to the IAEA newsletter. It comes out every week, and it's packed full of examples of the application of nuclear technologies in food and agriculture, and it will blow your mind, literally. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Maria, and thank you for bringing it home to everyday life, that people can really know what's going on in their lives. And this is a lot of information. I see us doing another event just on career awareness, because this is quite a huge area and lots of applications. Now we need to move to water management. Sakile, I know that you as a department, you assist with looking at water quality, trying to ensure that water is safe for South Africans, and looking at different alternatives. Now we came and introduced an alternative solution to the department. Can you talk about it and how it has impacted the work of the Department of Water and Sanitation?
Thanks, moderator. I don't know if I'm audible. Yes, thanks, Lorato, and good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, Deputy Ministers. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The use of nuclear technology in water resource management is what I've been asked to look at, and I think in a nutshell, what we doing is just to look into the residence time. How much time does a water particle occupy a space in a particular location? I'm more of a groundwater, so in our interest is looking into how the groundwater system are getting replenished. So in South Africa, we've got different kind of aquifers. There are about 4 types of aquifers, and they replenish in different ways in terms of recharging their water system. So the use of isotope is more to look into the time that it takes to recharge those groundwater. Why are we looking at that? If you look into our strategy currently, we're saying we must diversify our water supply mix by using groundwater, water reuse, and desalination. You need to understand the water that is there in that type of water. So for groundwater, I will be more specific to groundwater. I'm not going to talk about the reuse and the desal, but more specifically on groundwater. We need to understand how is it recharging in these different aquifers so that we can respond to the needs of a country which is looking for more water. So in the RAF program that we joined 2 years ago, I think there has been an ignition of the interest of understanding this process through isotope. So what like we've been doing in this program, there are 2 areas that we've been looking into. The other area is somewhere in Mpumalanga, and the other area is in the Western Cape. They are looking at 2 areas, understanding how much the particle of water that is in the atmosphere, sampling rainfall, sampling the surface water, and sampling groundwater, just to understand how much time it takes. In the Western Cape, we're looking into the effects of agriculture in the wetlands. This is looking at pollution type, what kind of pollution that as the water flows down, it flows into the wetlands, and also looking into the water that is coming from the return runoff from urban areas and industry, in terms of what is their impact in terms of the pollution in those wetlands. And we also compare to the rainfall and agriculture. The space of isotope hydrology in the country has been more concentrated in research. There's a lot of research that has been unfolding at the space of higher institution, mostly in postgraduate institution, just to understand what is happening. But I think that's the gap that needs to be closed, because I think that information, what we're finding from these studies, that I think it's not coming and informing the policy development. I think that's a space that we need to close. Also, in terms of data, the data that is generated from the space is not coming back, and we are able to use it for our planning and water resource planning. So that's what we're finding at the current moment. Fortunately, the IAEA project has given us an opportunity to develop the skills in this type of hydrology, where there's MSc and PhD programs that are unfolding in that space. So I think as we continue, I think we're just going to ensure that we engage in that skills development, so to ensure that at least we build capacity also within the state in terms of the understanding, so that the decision we take in the management of water resources are informed by data. In moving forward, maybe looking at the project is to how do we align the isotope hydrology to our national monitoring. We've got a number of monitoring programs that we're looking into surface water, groundwater, but it wasn't involving the isotope analysis. So I think moving forward, we need to look into that and incorporate it into our national monitoring programs, whether it's we're monitoring wetlands, whether it's groundwater, whether it's surface water, or whether it's water quality. Thanks.
Thank you so much, because that's the end point that we want to hear. Now, just being on the skills, Harold, you heard earlier there was a lot of discussions about skills development, having skills for the industry. I remember one colleague of mine saying that we have invested more in, skills for design of nuclear reactors and so on. We have graduate degrees in universities looking at that. But I know that you are looking at another area that will be very helpful for the nuclear industry, that is going to build capacity and will impact the prospects in the industry in terms of the nuclear build. Can you tell us what you are doing as the South African Institute of Welding, and what partnerships are you developing with nuclear industry players specifically, to try to prepare for nuclear skills for the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magai. Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, all protocols observed. I heard that was the correct way of addressing it. Dear distinguished guests, it's my privilege to slightly come back to quality, looking at construction of nuclear plants, looking at the in-service inspection programs, and then also looking at the maintenance thereof. At the South African Institute of Welding, we provide training, qualification, certification, as well as registration of inspectors, of welders, of welding coordinators, and especially on non-destructive testing. So we've heard a lot about training, mentoring, localization of skills, etc. And therefore my objective or my target audience is all of these young ones from school that is actually still here. So I appreciate you guys staying after the lunch and listening to my boring speech. So if you've got interest in mathematics and science as low as grade 10, you can start your career with regards to inspection, starting at the bottom level, level 1, and you can work your way up to engineering level, even beyond. So in other words, what we provide is that we're providing that interaction. One of the advantages of non-destructive testing as well is you can actually, from the beginning, after you've been qualified and certified, you can immediately start doing the work, and you can immediately start earning a sustainable salary. As you continue with your career path, you can, for example, grow your knowledge, and as your knowledge grows, therefore your income will also grow. So that's one of the advantages. Now, at the South African Institute of Welding, we're a membership-based organization. For more than 80 years, we've provided training in both welding as well as non-destructive testing. Since the 1980s, we have trained up to 22,000 individuals in either welding, non-destructive testing, inspectors. So in other words, we've got a long track record. Since 2000, we've been involved directly with the IAEA, and during that period, we have trained close to 200 individuals with regards to non-destructive testing in the various methods. And they were also representing at least 18 different countries as well. Now, these that has been involved with the training program has gone on to be some of the leaders within their country with regards to NDT. So in other words, we are very, very proud of that. Ms. Magai has mentioned, for example, we're looking at avenues of cooperation. During 2022, we've signed a mutual or MOU with NEXA to actually establish a nuclear school of excellence. Now, what that would do is it is going to focus on non-destructive testing as well as welding within the nuclear industry. So in other words, we are inviting you to the opening of this facility during next year. So I hope everybody will be able to participate in that. So we are very, very excited with regards to that avenue. With regards to the African continent, we are looking at actually presenting a 15-year project to the IAEA, whereby we are going to focus on developing sub-regional leaders with regards to NDT to ensure that they've got the infrastructure similar to what South Africa currently has got. So in other words, we've identified 5 countries that we are going to focus on. After the first 5 years that we've established those sub-regional leaders, then those sub-regional leaders will start developing the non-destructive testing infrastructure with their neighbors in the area. And the last 5 years of that project would be a national project whereby the actual facilities on the national front in each one of those countries will actually be developed. So in other words, we are looking at 54 different African countries. On the global stage, we're looking at 54 internationally recognized certification bodies that would be able to provide non-destructive testing personnel, as well as inspectors, as well as welders, that we can utilize in South Africa to actually answer not only the South African requirement, but also those in Africa itself. After this discussion, you're welcome to come and have a chat with me at the back. But I think I've said enough. I saw that there was some question or time for questions, so I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Harold. I mean, you know, the integrity of nuclear components, quality skills, these are the components that ensures that the nuclear industry's success. So maybe, Princey, please, we have declared you as our princess for nuclear science and technology applications. So we are asking for just one round of questions for my esteemed panelists. Are there any questions, clarity, comments from our delegates?
And they want to go.
Wow.
Going once, going once, twice.
Here. There's one. Hello.
I think it's Lizzie, ne? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon again. Thank you to the panel for the discussion. I just have more of a question and a comment. I would have loved to see radiation dosimetry as part of the panel, because I believe that as much as planning infrastructure, making sure that it's, we have the plant and it's working, but also radiation protection and safety should also be a part of the core discussions, because right now as it stands, we only have the South African Bureau and Netcare giving the dosimetry service, and they are servicing Nexa, Kuber, and other African countries. So what support is there in the plans, in the discussions for radiation dosimetry, making sure that the standard of our dosimetry service is up to par, because it's important that the employees are protected. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another one.
I can answer that.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for the panel for taking us through the A to Z of the non-power applications. And I think, as the Program Director put it, I believe that this is also more of a career guidance, especially for the young ones that we saw and the teachers earlier today. I just want to ask a question. I think the panel has taken us through, you know, the science behind the non-power applications in the various, you know, in agriculture, in food, in medicine, health, and other technologies. And you also touched a little bit on the safety component. And as per the theme of today, I would like you to, for a little bit, take us through the sustainability
All these projects, when you do, how do you approach the issue of sustainability for these various projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mkosi. Program Director is asking me to close. On the issue of dosimetry, Maria, do you want to touch a bit on what NEMIS is doing?
Yes, so am I back again? Okay, yes. So NEMISA keeps the national measurement standard, so we also do that for dosimetry and radioactivity. So calibration of any of those particular devices get done through NEMISA or through calibration laboratories traceable through NEMISA. So in terms of plans and IAEA projects, I think we are currently running a hospital audit scheme that takes all the dosimetry sources. So if you go for x-rays at a hospital, it's important that the dose that they're using there is correct. So that instrument needs to be calibrated. Now, in the public hospitals, that doesn't happen as often as we would like, and nobody's checking. So the audit scheme is specifically there to check that the dose is correct. Because if the dose is too high, you are causing harm. If the dose is too low, you are not getting the treatment that you need. So that's the one element, yeah. So the other one, I think, as part of the country program framework, so at national level, there is a project proposal in there for IAEA funding that's looking at possibly a mobile calibration unit that will go to the hospitals out further out in the field. So that's in the pipeline, yeah.
Thank you. And Lizzie, you're welcome to discuss with Maria later. Prof. Bayru, lastly, in terms of sustainability, how ARC has done it in the past in the projects that you've been involved in?
Thank you. I think the good thing with radiation technology in agriculture is it is a supporting tool. It's not your core discipline. So anyone who's got a biological science background or a physical science background or chemical science background in terms of training could actually take that radiation technology element of component as a supplementary career path. So, for example, you know, Lerato, we have a lot of breeders and genetics qualified and even plant production qualified graduates. We are trying to develop a postgraduate diploma type of program for them to go mutation breeding as a qualification. So this is just to give them a competitive advantage in terms of skills and job market, but also to maintain the technology sustainable. So I would say it has been, in agriculture, it has been more than sustainable because it's an applied field. So it's a needs driven. So the demand and supply has always been what has been keeping it sustainable.
Thank you so much. I believe that we have achieved what we wanted to do, information sharing, making the delegates aware of the different applications, and we look forward to having more events like this, communicating nuclear, increasing the profile of nuclear in all the applications. Program Director, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mahaya. Speakers, the next panel discussion speakers, please go get mic'd before you go for a break. We are now taking a 10-minute break, but before we go, I have a hearing piece with me which they found in the bathrooms. If you've lost your hearing piece, please come to me, you'll get it. Let's take a 10-minute break, and please let's come back exactly after 10 minutes.
There she is. I'm changing this. Do you have enough chairs here?
We are 5, so we have too many chairs, so we need to remove one.
Just one.
Yeah, from which side? We can take one here, then one on the other side. Yes, and the other one. Now it's a matter of visit. Maybe Miss Peter will want to give me comfort, rub your anointing. Now. Oh, okay, you don't want to take. Okay, okay, that's fine. I'll sit with Melanie then. Hello. Okay. Right. So let's see. No, we came earlier.
Well, so let's. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Everyone, please come back inside. Colleagues, you are all requested to come back inside. We are about to start with our next session. Everyone outside, please get back in. Am I audible outside? Ushers, please usher people in. Could you please help? What does the protocol say? Do we wait for the minister and the deputy minister? Okay.
So can you see me? You neighbor? Yes, yes. Yes, I printed that. I printed. Yeah. Uyambona regulator wami now. Yes. Yes, I'll start by asking, yes, let's warm up. So come with the Florida, yes. Melanie, Arabia, yes. Minister Solomon, Miss Mulale, and you'll introduce yourself. Yes. And then from there, after you've introduced yourselves, then I'm just going to ask you the question. The first question I'm going to ask will be Ms. Pitiboko, or the Kgosientsho. Yes, at least, yes, a regulator before you ask. regulator. Before I was going to talk before I introduce you. Maybe, yeah. This is now the class, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed to the next panel session, I am reminded of a sentiment that resonates deeply with me. Good girls don't make history, but bold women do. Bold people make history. And in a world where conformity often prevails, it is the bold and courageous individuals who leave a permanent mark on history. And the next panel session of speakers is full of incredible women who embody the essence of bold leadership. And I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of everyone if I say we are deeply grateful for their contributions to the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the panel session leader, Ms. Kgosientsho, who is the Group Executive at NEXA of Strategy and Business Enablement. Please give a round of applause. The next one is my CEO, Ms. Ditebogo Kgomo, the CEO of National Nuclear Regulator. The next one is Ms. Millicent Solomons, the Director of Priority Infrastructure Projects at Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Next one is Ms. Melanie Redia, Chief Director of Non-Proliferation Council at the DTIC. And the last one is my fellow Women in Nuclear member, Ms. Elsie Monale, Chief Director of Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Radiation Security at the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. Enjoy the discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Thanks. Thank you, Program Director, Ms. Princess Mtombeni, for that introduction. We're at the final session. My name is Graham-Maré, Group Executive of Strategy and Business Enablement. The session we're at is on policy in relation to regulation considerations. In particular, we are talking about international best practice. The first thing I'd like to do is to honor and greetings to the Honorable Minister, as well as Honorable DM, who's here, with our DG, DDG, and all other captains of the industry that are here, and all the delegates and participants. The regulatory framework is either a make or break. That's how people see it in operators. But we cannot function without policy. Policy enables us, particularly in nuclear industry. We all know of our founding act, of Nuclear Energy Act. We talk about the nuclear energy policy. There's other obligations and requirements that are there. We have to comply. Nuclear industry is a regime of regulations, either locally as well as internationally, as you have seen the IEA. This is what we need to talk about here, because earlier on, the DG spoke about, DG Grossi, spoke about return to the realism. We have projects that we want to do for development, for socio-economic impact, but how do we get to that point of commissioning? Because this is the process. The minister spoke about earlier on the science, and there's also the process, and there's the politics. We're here now on process for regulatory. With that then, we're at the point of rounding up. Thank you for being here. This is the last session, so we're bringing it all, yes. In this topic then, we're bringing it all together. With that then, I've got experts that are here that should help us to get there, particularly as we look at the 2.5 and all other developments that are coming in. So I will hand over to the experts, starting from the CEO of NNR, and most of you know the experts here in the room, but it will be good for them to introduce themselves. So I'll start right there at the end with Mr. Tebogo Kgomo. From there, everyone will follow. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to greet the minister in his absence, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of our portfolio committee. We have members of the portfolio committee in the room and distinguished delegates. My name is Tebogo Kgomo, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the National Nuclear Regulator. I have been in this position for almost 2 years, but I have been with the regulator for just over 10 years. Before that, I worked for the Department of Energy, the Department of the DME in its DME days. And it is an honor and a privilege to work for the people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think I didn't highlight that as you introduce yourself. I think let's give you a chance also to talk about your organization.
Okay.
Thanks.
Oh, wonderful. So to talk to you about the NNR, I'm going to go a little bit backwards. I will not go as far back as 1948 as the minister did in the morning in his presentation, but to just highlight that in the nuclear sector, it is important to have a regulator that is separated from the entity that is charged with promoting nuclear power or applications of nuclear. So in South Africa, we had a Nuclear Energy Act of 1993 in which you had the governance of the then Atomic Energy Corporation and the then Council for Nuclear Safety being governed by one law. But the Energy White Paper of 1998 recognized that international best practice requires that these functions are separated in law and in practice. So this is how we got to come to the National Nuclear Regulator Act of 1999, as well as the Nuclear Energy Act of 1999. And those separated the NNR from today's NEXA. And in separating these functions, this was South Africa's clear recognition of the international principle that is found in the IAEA Convention on Nuclear Safety, Article 8, which specifically requires the government to establish a safety regulator. This principle is reiterated by another international convention, the Joint Convention on the Safety of Radioactive Waste Management and on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management in Article 20. It word for word repeats Article 8 of the Convention on Nuclear Safety. And it reiterates that you have to establish the regulatory body, you have to provide it with the human resources, with the financial resources, with the requisite authority to discharge its mandate, as well as the competence to be able to discharge its mandate. So it is important, Deputy Minister, that as the government rolls out the envisioned program, that the regulator is always provided with sufficient resources to be able to maintain its competence and its human resources. So in terms of the IAEA, the safety fundamentals, so you will find that our regulatory framework is very much well-grounded in international safety standards. So in terms of the safety fundamentals of the IAEA, the regulatory body has got one objective. It is the safety objective.
And it says it is there to ensure safety, to protect persons, property, and environment. And you will find that when you read the National Nuclear Regulator Act in its establishment of the regulator, that it has a focus on safety of persons, property, and the environment. Now, the NNR's regulations find their foundation in the safety standards of the International Atomic Energy Agency and in the recommendations of the International Commission on Radiation Protection. So as a result, the NNR then participates in the IAEA safety committees, safety standards committees, where we contribute to the development of international safety standards. So not only do we implement in South Africa, but we actually make a contribution to the development of safety standards. And in South Africa, the National Nuclear Regulator is the national competent authority on the implementation of the International Atomic Energy Agency's regulations on the safe transport of nuclear materials. So just with a little bit of introduction that I have provided, moderator, you can hear that the work of the regulator is very much, it finds its place within the international best practices. So I'll pause there.
There you had it, introduction of herself and the organization and where it finds itself, as well as the main key point that separation is key, no conflict of interest. I'll hand over now to Ms. Elsie Monale to introduce herself. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Moderator. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, Minister in absentia. Colleagues, our DDG, Portfolio Committee, all protocol observed. My name is Elsie Monale. I'm a Chief Director, Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Radiation Security. I think I can say that I've been here for a while, and I think this of Section 34 determination, we have started 9.6, 2.5. I think it has been a very long journey, and we believe that as the country, as South Africa, there will be a time when we'll see something really that will say that South Africa is now starting or even has started. Because I think when we look into our regulatory framework, we can say that we have regulators in the place. And I think we can even attest to that, because when the regulator is, people will take time to come through. Because sometimes they will ask themselves if they have really contravened Nuclear Energy Act, NNR Act, all those acts. So we are just saying to our colleagues and in the industry that we are here to ensure that nuclear material and nuclear facilities are used for peaceful purposes. As you may be aware, and you are all aware, that we are all compliant as the country. We usually say that different institutions, like our main facilities, they know that they should ensure that they use their material for peaceful purposes. And we know that there is this thing that as South Africa, the international community trust us, but I can say not 100%, because they will always say that you had this technology. We can't say that you have forgotten everything and all that. And that is why when they come for inspection, you really feel it. And I think KNPS and NEXA, they can attest to it. During COVID, it was the worst, because there was this thing that inspectors cannot come through. And as a result, there was a lot of delays. And their challenge was that if you delay, it means that you are doing something wrong. It means that there is something that you are doing that you don't want them to see. So we had serious challenges during that. I remember the first that inspection that they managed to come through. We even went to the previous facilities that South Africa used during the past nuclear program. And when they went there, they even went to the dormitories where the soldiers were. I remember I was even saying that, I think here, guys, can we allow privacy? And then from there, we went to the sewage. So I was asking myself, does it mean that we can hide anything in the sewage? So, and I remember somehow I was saying, IAEA, how can you do this to us? But then we know that in terms of our agreement with them, we have safeguards agreement in place where we are saying that we are going to use nuclear material for peaceful purposes. And then we have additional protocol. Additional protocol says you can go anywhere in the country. They can go to an office, they can go anywhere else. So nothing is restricting them. And for example, if they are in the country, they can give you 2 hours that now we are going to this facility and we need to be compliant. So all of us as South Africans, as we move forward with the nuclear bill, and we know that there are so many technologies, we need to ensure that we have to do it in a way that everybody knows that, everybody, international community especially, is assured that South Africa is using nuclear material for peaceful purposes. Thank you.
There we go, hearing from oversight itself, that you can have that compliance, but it can go at a certain point. Therefore, we've got to be compliant. Thank you. Over to you. Let's hear from DTIC now, your introduction, Ms. Millicent Solomons.
DFFE, Deputy Minister, Minister in absentia, and all protocol observed. As you heard, my name is Millicent Solomons. I'm with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I'm a bit anxious about introducing myself because I am known as, in a bad way, because I'm from the EIA side. So EIAs, and most of you know what EIA stands for, it's Environmental Impact Assessments, and it often gets blamed for delays in development projects. But before I get that, and I defend myself, let me start by explaining that DFFE as a department doesn't have anything specifically related to nuclear as a mandate. Our mandate is in terms of the National Environmental Management Act. Our mandate, and I'm talking specifically about the last part of our department, environment, is our mandate is to promote sustainable development, but also to do it in a responsible manner. It is not to delay development. It is to find a way to see how do we promote economic development in our country, in South Africa, including nuclear facilities, but understanding what's the impacts of the development and whether those impacts can be mitigated at all. Coming up with mitigation measures and obviously then managing those so that we are not environmentally irresponsible. Having said that, there's EIA regulations, obviously, that we have to legally comply with, and I see the facial expressions because it is a long process. It's a long process, but I do think it can be done in a better way if we remember that an environmental impact assessment does not start the moment you have decided what you want to develop and where you want to develop it. It is from the planning, and I even want to go as far as to say pre-planning phase until we get to decommissioning phase. So it's something that we're trying to, and I'm going to say drill into developers to say, get us involved in an earlier stage. And just to go back to, for my gray hair and my sins, I've been involved in the Dana-Fontein application that went on for approximately 10 years. I don't know if it's safe to say that. But I think there was a number of lessons learned from that application process. One of the key things I want to point out is we are responsible for environmental management, and there's other legislation mandated by the NNR, and there's obviously the disposal of radioactive waste by another entity. And we cannot do this without coordination and integration between the respective departments, which brings me to the stakeholder engagement component of this. We've had significant objections to that application. And in many instances, those applications were not, the objections were not warranted with reasons. It was just a plain no, which brings me to the issue that was raised earlier about awareness raising and capacitating our communities to understand what nuclear is, understand what the impact is, but also understand that we do need energy development because we do need base load. So from that perspective, I think the key point I want to bring back is we are not here to prohibit development. We are here to work with the different departments and the entities to see how do we promote sustainable development ultimately.
Go regulatory and policy enables us to do development in a responsible manner. I'll hand over to you from the Non-Proliferation Council, Ms. Melanie.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon to Minister in his absence, Deputy Minister, and all distinguished delegates. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon and be able to share with you about where I'm from. As the moderator said, my name is Melanie Redia. I'm Chief Director Non-Proliferation, and we basically in the Department of Trade and Industry are responsible for supporting the South African Council for the Non-Proliferation of Weapons of Mass Destruction, or NPC in short. The Council is responsible for implementing all South Africa's non-proliferation obligations. So that is done in terms of the Non-Proliferation Arms Control Policy, as well as the Non-Proliferation of Weapons of Mass Destruction Act. So you've heard about other acts, but this is one additional regulatory measure that we have. A common misconception is that, from industry, is that we don't have weapons of mass destruction, we're not making weapons of mass destruction, so why do we have to come to the Council? Basically, the Council's responsibility in terms of all the different international obligations is to make sure that there's responsible trade in dual-use commodities. Dual use means it can be used to make a weapon of mass destruction, but at the same time it has normal commercial applications. And that is where the nuclear industry comes in, because we have nuclear direct use items, which is controlled by Ms. Monali's organization, and nuclear dual use items. But then at the same time, there's the chemical, the biological, and the delivery systems that also plays a part in all of this, and there's overlapping controls. So in a nutshell, the Council aims to facilitate trade in these dual-use goods and commodities so that industry is empowered to use these technologies to be able to develop further. So that's where sustainable development comes in as well. And I must mention that Ms. Homo is actually the chairperson of the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Can we do a round of applause for clapping for these experts? Yes, it was a long introduction, but I added what the environmental framework is about, regulatory framework, because sometimes people think this is just about compliance or policy, of which it is an enabler. So I'll push on. We had earlier on SMRs, and this question I am speaking to Ms. Homo, NNR, because an environment has to be there to enable us. It's one thing to talk about 2.5. It's one thing to talk about SMR and speak to the energy policy. All the technologies, and we've seen the benefit of them, either in the electrical applications and non-electrical application. What is the current and future position of the NNR in providing a conducive regulatory environment? Because we don't want this project to be a pie in the sky. We're talking about them, we're in media, we're saying this is what we're doing, we're working on the feasibility report, and we find ourselves where we're at the point of foot off the gas. I think that's the better word I can use. Over to you, Ms. Homo.
Thank you, moderator. I think I can confidently say that whatever will happen in the rollout of this project, the regulator will not be the cause of delays or whatever problems you will have. And I say this because, in fact, our current regulatory framework is technology neutral, so we are able to review and license whatever technology you want to bring. But I must say that it is because the process that you need to follow is the same. You will have to have a design that you want to lodge an application about. We will have to review and assess this application of yours. And then, of course, there is the public consultation element of this process that we have to undertake before we eventually get to a decision. With that, it is important, I think, there are some key issues that I think everybody needs to be aware of. And they cover, several areas from the design. It is better if we are dealing with a design that has got inherent safety built into it. And here we are talking about things like passive systems that do not require human intervention. in the event that there is an accident. You have to have redundancy in your systems. So here we are talking defense in depth. If your design satisfies these, any regulator in the world will be able to review such a design. It has to have containment systems so that you are able to, in the event that there is release of radiation, it is contained in your design. And then, of course, there's issues that relate to siting and environmental impact assessments, as Madam just mentioned. So this relates to the physical characteristics of the site that you have selected to build this facility on. You have to look at the population dynamics around this particular site that you would have chosen. The issues of local ecosystems and biodiversity, all these issues are important. And so the proponents of whatever technology and the applicant with the selection of the site, they need to take into account all of these issues. Then, of course, earlier in the day, we had Harold Jansen talk about the issues of quality controls. So your quality quality assurance program, it is important. So the quality controls that you have in place during manufacturing, during construction, the integrity of your supply chain. What are you doing as the prospective operator of a plant or the applicant for the license? What measures are you putting in place to make sure that you are able to verify your supply chain, that the components that are going to come through are meeting the international standards and in the relevant industry codes? And then, of course, there are issues of international cooperation. This has been mentioned before. The nuclear sector is global. The same thing happens with regulation. We are the only nuclear regulator in South Africa. We don't know everything by ourselves. So there's a lot of engagement that we have with different regulators around the world. We have agreements with the regulator in the United States, UK, France, Russia, China, Poland, Namibia, and I think Finland, South Korea. So you can see that what we have done is to create mechanisms that allows us to be able to tap into the experience of other regulators in the world. And we have been able to do this as we engage with the process of the review and assessment of Eskom's LTO application and other projects that we are running. So this is just a highlight of, as I say, some of the issues that the applicant or prospective operator of a facility will have to look into. There are other matters related to, when you get to the operational phase, that are you maintaining the requisite competence and the staff numbers to assure the regulator that you are still capable of running this particular facility in order to assure the safety, that safety objectives that I spoke about when we did the introduction, that the priority is safety. So safety culture is very important, both in the regulator and in the operating organizations, that we adopt a mentality of safety first. And so your question was about whether or not we'll be ready to regulate the SMRs. Our regulatory framework is technology neutral. It doesn't say because of your technology is like this, we cannot license it. Bring it on. That's what I say.
I see that the ball is in the court of the operators here, that we have a way to handle this on SMRs. But looking at this, it's good to hear from the NNR, from the safety perspective, licensing. But let's go back to the EIA processes, because almost like the NNR and the EIA processes, they run parallel on siting. What can you say to us from the challenges that you have experienced in other sources that we're trying to do this process that sometimes is seen as a delay in developmental projects?
I was going to ask how much time do you have,
I think
but
I
let's
have
keep
to
it.
get my program director with a card because I think we're not here for justification and the brand that you understand on yourself, but let's give it very objectively. Thank you so much, Ms. Solomons.
So I think what I need to say up front, the process to obtain environmental authorization for a nuclear facility is no different than obtaining environmental authorization for any other energy generation facility, for example, a wind or PV facility. The lessons we learned from the previous process was, and I alluded to it earlier, was the fact that there's different legislation. Governed by the NNR and then the environmental legislation governed by us, DFFE. So in the public participation process, which is key to both, there's a legal requirement for public participation process in our legislation, as well as in the NNR process, which is different processes. But I think the key thing that came out for us was radiological impacts and safety measures, for example, which is not a key requirement in terms of the National Environmental Management Act. But if you look at environmental impacts of any development, you have to look at it holistically. So there's no way to separate the issues that's required from the operation for a facility and then obviously the development of a facility, although the activities triggered by our legislation was for the actual development of the facility. So those were some of the key issues. One of the main things that stood out for me, and I still have trauma about this, is the concerns raised by the public. It raised from not wanting a nuclear facility to concerns from health impacts to issues related to the IRP. At that time, we were working with the IRP 2010, and we were challenged on it significantly that policy was outdated, which brings me back to one of the key requirements of an EIA process is need and desirability. Quickly, to do this better, planning. I said this earlier. Can we plan from now, or maybe too late already, to what do we want to develop, where do we want to develop? We know it's needed in South Africa. Is it a better option than what we have? From what I heard today, yes. Can we substantiate those facts? Because when we present facts to the public, and can we please keep in mind we deal with people that's not familiar with the legislation and familiar with the terminologies that we use. I think for me that's the key thing. There's time frames associated with an EIA process. We do not sleep because we have to process energy applications.